Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Net Zero Precincts Certification Forum. We are on time and coming to you live for the 180 registered people. And yes, we are recording it for those who will follow later. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are on Whadjuk Noongar land in this part of the world. And I have a little diagram here that helps to explain a little of the context of that. We, no doubt, those who are in other parts of the country that can say their particular acknowledgement as well, but the Whadjuk Noongar people have been around in this area for 60,000 years, and that is an extraordinary timeline that goes back into that green area with the last ice age and so on, well before that. But we've been in cities and agriculture only for 10,000 years, that blue area, and that's been within a 1.5 degree span of temperature. That's called the safe operating space. And we are rapidly leaving that and going into uncharted territory where we need all the help we can get from the traditional owners of this land on how we can adapt to this new world that's arriving. But we certainly need everything we can do to remove the fossil fuels that we are using at present. The paintings there are from the Curtin Gallery, which are from the Karalup paintings by the Wirlaman Noongars, who were just 10 to 12 years old when these paintings were done in the 1940s. And they did these paintings without any training. Three-dimensional, the colours, the beautiful settings, very famous paintings around the world now. And they indicate to me the extraordinary talent that is available to there. And I'd like to just add one small thing. We have in this part of the world a project called Gondwana Links, which the Wirlaman Noongars are helping with. Sorry. The Wirlaman Noongars are helping to regenerate a 1,000 kilometre long corridor of land using biodiversity-based carbon offsets, planted and managed by them, and as part of this Gondwana Links project. And it is the kind of symbol and example of carbon offsets with integrity. You will find we use that word a lot today because this is the new understanding we are trying to achieve on certification, that it is done with integrity. So our Net Zero Precincts project has various pathways, certification being one. We're only in our first year. We are part of the CRC race, and we've got 23 researchers working on these various pathways and how they integrate. So we'll have other forums about CER and grid integration, about governance practices, about urban design, and in particular a model that we are working on that will enable us to help get quantification of this transition we're getting into. All of this will be based on case studies that lead into professional practice, what we do to change this world. So we are going to be talking about the certification results that we've found so far. And our project today is an action research exercise. We are not doing a show and tell. We are presenting with some experts, but we have a set of questions that we've circulated as part of the paper that was written by us, particularly with Angelina, who will be our first speaker. And those questions are what we want to try and answer today. We may not get all of the answers, but we're going to try and start to understand where we go, because this is a critical time in history. And in Australia especially, we are coming to a point where we need to help governments, business, civil society to understand the role of certification. So, guiding us today through this process, we have these questions, and the questions are, firstly, will net zero certification continue to grow? I think it's pretty obviously that they will. Then we have more. Will we have more net zero certification precincts? Because that's a scale that we think is going to be more and more important into the future. The transition stages to net zero without offsets, that is increasingly being the focus of attention. How do we do that? How do we certify in a way that enables us to take different steps into the future? And then how we do these offsets with integrity, and how we develop a certification process that is staged and allows these steps to be taken. These are the kind of questions that are driving us in today's exercise, and we will be producing a paper that finalises what we wrote already and enables us to contribute something into the processes that are occurring across our country. So we have one of our speakers, Bill Hare, who's just been at COP29 helping in the work that was going on there about certification. They've come up with a system, a UN system of carbon credits, a country-to-country carbon credits. I talked about this on TRT World Television in the last few days, and I thought it was a particularly important step forward, and that will come through in, I think, what Bill is saying and what Angelina is saying. We're getting to a point where serious government assessment processes will be helping the voluntary services that we've been providing for some time. And you can see that there's a number of net zero regulatory instruments that have been growing. They've gone tenfold since the signing of the Paris Agreement. So we're getting more and more towards a stronger system that will enable us to certify net zero. That's what we need to talk about today. And in that process, we have a number of people helping us. Josh Byrne, Hugh Finn and Jane Bryant are going to be panel leaders. So we will have a series of speakers and then panels that will discuss things. And we've got Slido to help you throw your questions at us, and that will hopefully be something that's now available to everybody, and we can begin to process those questions and enable us to come to terms with what we say about that from our experts. And the first speaker that is going to elaborate what we're doing and how we can proceed in this unfolding future is Angelina Bowden-Jones. Angelina is a researcher, certification researcher. She's been with us on this project from the beginning, and she came from a background of being experienced in doing certification on precincts, particularly the Barangaroo project in Sydney, and that kind of experience has enabled her to understand the practices involved, as well as the changing environment of the global systems, the national systems, and the local and professional service providers. And we're getting to the point now of trying to bring all that together, and it's Angelina's work that's guiding us through this. So she's going to be our first speaker, and I'm going to hand over to her slightly ahead of time, because she's got a lot more to say than I, and I'll come back at the end and try and summarise a lot of the key things that we've been talking about. But I'm going to hand over now, and the next 40 4 hours we've got to work this through with a few breaks, and we should be able to come to terms with what this is all about. So thank you, and I'll hand over to Angelina.
Thanks very much, Peter, for the introduction to today's forum. Hi, everybody. My name's Angelina Bowden-Jones, and as Peter said, I'm a researcher here at Curtin University in the Net Zero Precinct project. And today I'm going to be talking about the trajectory of net zero certifications, looking at really where they've come to from the pre-Paris Agreement era through to sort of today and then beyond, and looking at really that net zero transition that we have in front of us. I'd like to start just by sort of examining what we mean when we talk about net zero. Increasingly, organisations and cities and precincts are using this term to signal their voluntary commitment towards reaching net zero greenhouse gas emissions and working towards the goal within the Paris Agreement. It's also a term that is sometimes used synonymously with other terms such as carbon neutral or carbon positive or climate positive or even net positive. So it's really important that we're very clear when we use a phrase such as net zero or any of the others, that we are clear with what we mean when we are using that phrase, and that really helps to minimise the risk of greenwashing by organisations and precincts. So what net zero is on here is that we've got these scales here, and it's really about finding, the balance and really bringing the balance up between the human-caused greenhouse gas emissions and balancing that out with human-enhanced removals. The scales here really depict the current state of play, where our human-caused greenhouse gas emissions really are exceeding the human-enhanced removals that are what is needed, and we really need to see these scales really starting to tip the other way and balance out in the first instance, and then going well beyond where our human enhanced removals far exceed our human caused greenhouse gas emissions. The reason that we're doing this is because that we're trying to reach the global goal that was agreed upon in the Paris Agreement back in 2015, where 197 countries agreed to this goal of trying to pursue best efforts to keep the average global warming temperature to as close to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels as possible. And the way in which we do that is by having this net zero greenhouse gas emissions. So when we break down the components of the net zero equation, we have the first component, which is the greenhouse gas emissions. So we're really trying to reduce these, and these are ordinarily categorised as scope 1, 2 and 3. And each of those scopes demonstrates a different level of control that an organisation or a precinct may have over them. Scope 1 being in direct control because they relate to the direct combustion of fossil fuels, and scope 2 a little bit less control because it relates to the purchased electricity, steam, cooling and heating. And scope 3, which are outside of the direct control of an organisation or precinct. However, they do represent the largest quantity of the greenhouse gas emissions for an organisation or a precinct. And what it also does is when we work along the value chain to decrease those emissions, it really provides the collaborative opportunities that we need to be able to really enable net zero with integrity. The second component of the equation, which is around those permanent removals, which are what are commonly referred to as carbon offsets. They're those carbon credits that organisations will purchase as they try and meet their net zero commitments. So how we reach net zero, when we're looking at the first part of that equation, it's that reduction in the emissions. It's through energy efficiencies. It's through reducing demand for items that generate emissions. And it's really importantly about phasing out fossil fuels and replacing those with renewable energy sources. However, importantly, on the other side of the equation, it's around those removals of greenhouse gas emissions. They fall into two buckets, and we have those nature-based removals where there is human intervention, where there is the technological removals as well. But importantly, to reach net zero with integrity, these need to actually exist today and not be a hypothetical technology that might exist at some point in the future. The removals of greenhouse gas emissions may generate carbon credits, and these can be then sold on a voluntary carbon market to enable organisations to reach their net zero commitments, depending upon the nature of their commitment and any particular certification mechanism. So if we then take a look at what an urban precinct may look like, it's ordinarily sort of thought about as being 800 metres to 1.5 kilometres in diameter, and it consists of many different stakeholders, each of which generate greenhouse gas emissions. There'll be various building typologies, whether they're residential, commercial, or light industrial. There'll also be a lot of different people that will come in and out of precincts, whether they're the residents that live there, the employees that work there, and visitors. And they all need to use different forms of transportation to get to the precinct, whether that's through fossil fuel powered transport, an EV, public transport, or an active transport method. There's also the opportunity within urban precincts to generate different forms of renewable electricity and to be able to share those amongst the different stakeholders and buildings within those precincts. And importantly, of course, there's also nature. Each of these different components within a precinct generate greenhouse gas emissions, and it can be very complex when trying to determine how to calculate the net zero calculation that we referred to earlier. And a certification framework provides that opportunity to be able to calculate that net zero with a level of integrity, because it will provide the definitions for the different types of scopes of emissions, the boundary that the certification relates to, as well as the level of transparency that's required when reporting out to stakeholders. And that enables that integrity that the UN high-level expert group referred to in their Integrity Matters report that was issued in 2022, which contains the 5 principles that non-state actors should be following when they're setting their net zero commitments and their subsequent transition plans. So now really moving into the trajectory of net zero certifications. When we look at the first part of this this snake going across the screen here, we have the pre-2015 period, so pre the Paris Agreement. The sustainability certifications here tended to contain a requirement for an element of decarbonisation or renewable energy use. They didn't ordinarily certify an item as net zero as such. Then in 2015, we had all of the countries, the 197 countries, sign up to the Paris Agreement. And this was around the countries then making that voluntary commitment themselves at that level to reach net zero by mid-century to meet the temperature goal. What we also saw in 2015 was the Science Based Target Initiative being established. So this is the first time we're starting to see an organisation set up to specifically certify as net zero. And the Greenhouse Gas Protocol in that same year also issued their corporate standard for organisations. In the subsequent 4 years, we really started to then see certifications appearing for precincts. These certifications fell within 3 buckets. They were similar to those pre-2015 sustainability certifications for organisations. So they were broadly sustainability related, contained an element for decarbonisation. There were then another bucket that then also was sustainability certifications, but required a net zero commitment and action plan to be submitted. And then there was the Australian Climate Active Carbon Neutral Standard for precincts, which is the only standard globally that exists to enable a precinct to be certified as carbon neutral. And that carbon neutrality is achieved through the purchase of offsets, but importantly, it does include Scope 1, 2, and some Scope 3 emissions. In the next period, we started to see professional bodies issuing guidance as to what a good net zero commitment looks like. So the SBTi issued their corporate net zero standard in 2021. And in the following year, the International Organisation for Standardisation, or the ISO, issued their net zero guidelines. The UN High-Level Expert Group issued the Integrity Matters report that I referred to earlier. And all of these 3 different reports and guidelines all contain the information and guidance for organisations to be able to look at what a good net zero commitment and action plan looks like. The International Sustainability Standards Board was also established in 2021, which was really the beginnings then of seeing what mandatory climate-related disclosures might look like. So in 2023, I refer to that as the mandatory disclosure year. So the ISSB issued IFRS S1 and S2, with S2 being the climate-related disclosures. And these IFRS S2 requires organisations, to the extent they've made a net zero commitment, to report against that commitment and report against their action plan out to the market to demonstrate their progress towards those targets. Australia, through the Australian Accounting Standards Board, also one of the very first countries to align to the ISSB standards, and they issued their draft last year of the equivalent being now what is referred to as AASB S1 and S2, which we'll hear about a little bit further on in the morning from BDO when they just go through that. This year, 2024, is very much around what we're calling the anti-greenwashing year. It's very much about the protection for stakeholders who are relying on these claims by organisations and precincts as to their net zero commitments and their progress. In Australia, the ACCC issued their final guidance in relation to what an environmental claim should look like from an organisation and the evidence that is required to be on hand and reported. At a global level, the EU also issued their Green Claims Directive and updated their Empowering Consumer Directive. Both of these directives apply to organisations within the EU, but importantly also organisations that are importing into the EU, and they will restrict the use of the terms climate neutral and net zero and others, as well as certain types of certifications, unless an organisation can demonstrate that they have sufficient evidence on hand and are also reporting in a very transparent manner in relation to those claims. And also in Australia in the last few months, we've had some landmark greenwashing penalties handed down in the federal court as a result of action taken by ASIC. And then we look sort of to where we're going from 2025 and beyond. It's very much now about this net zero transition. At COP29, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, urged all non-state actors ahead of COP30 next year to create robust, accountable net zero transition plans. And they need to fully align with the guidance within the Integrity Matters report that was released 2 years ago. And they're strongly recommending that organisations commit to decarbonisation across their entire value chain and not rely on offsets. And that means Scope 3 emissions when we're talking about that entire value chain. In Australia, we're waiting on a number of outcomes of the Senate inquiry into greenwashing, as well as the review of the Climate Active Carbon Neutral Program. And we'll hear a little bit later on from Helen Bell from DBCA as to the Green Star Communities version 2, which will be released shortly. In the EU, we'll also see the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive commence in 2026, and that's going to require organisations that are captured by that directive to actually adopt and develop a net zero transition plan. So what we're really starting to see here as we sort of move from this voluntary commitments through to the professional guidance and some regulations is to now seeing some regulations around what the net zero transition plans of organisations should look like. And as Peter mentioned earlier, the number of regulatory instruments that related to net zero in the G20 countries post the Paris Agreement through to today have increased tenfold over that period. The majority of those do relate to the disclosure requirements, which I referred to earlier through the ISSB and others, but we are now starting to see in that light blue bar at the top more mandates around the net zero transition plans, and we expect that that will continue to grow in line with this graph here. So lastly, what I would like to leave you with here is just some thoughts on the net zero ecosystem. We know that we need to rapidly reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and we have this interplay of the voluntary certifications and commitments that have played a very important role over that period pre the Paris Agreement through to today, and will continue to play a very important role as we use the guidance within those voluntary certifications and commitments, and when we're trying to draw on best practice for what a good net zero transition plan with integrity looks like. We'll then also have to be grappling with these mandatory disclosures that will be commencing in Australia from 1 January next year, and undoubtedly there will be others that will be following as well. And also being incredibly mindful of greenwashing. Whilst we have a number of policies within Australia, globally we are also seeing significantly more traction around this, and it's very much ensuring that organisations and precincts that are making a claim of net zero are doing so with a level of integrity and ensuring that we can have that net zero with integrity. So I would like to leave it there and say thank you very much for listening to this first session from myself. I will be the host now for the remainder of today, and I'd like to now move to our next, the very first session for the morning, where we're going to be looking at the sustainability certifications in the built environment. So we have Helen Bell joining us, who is a senior manager in the research at the Green Building Council of Australia, who is going to talk to us about the net zero precincts with Green Star communities. So thank you, Helen, for joining us today, and I'll hand over to you now.
Thanks very much, Angelina. And thanks for coordinating this event and for bringing us all together. It's so exciting to see so many people committed to improving communities. And I'd like to thank the team at Race 2030 and Curtin University for making this possible today. As Angelina said, I'm the Senior Manager of Research at the Green Building Council of Australia. I'm based in Canberra, and I'd just like to take a moment to acknowledge the traditional owners and the lands in which we all meet today. But for me in particular, this is the Ngunnawal people, and I'll pay my respect to their elders past and present. So as background, you're probably familiar with the Green Building Council of Australia, but it's the nation's authority on sustainable buildings. Our purpose is to lead the sustainable transformation of the built environment. We do this through broadly across 4 areas. So we rate with the suite of Green Star rating tools, and one of those rating tools, Green Star Communities, will be the focus of today's presentation. We educate through forums like this one, but also through a wider professional development program. We advocate for improved minimum standards right across the built environment, and everything we do is done in really close collaboration with our members, of which we've got around 650. So today I'm focusing on the rate component, and I'm going to share some of the draft credits from the Green Star Communities rating tool, which is now up to Green Star Communities version 2. Green Star Communities was launched back in 2012, so we were a little bit ahead of that Precincts Communities wave. We certified our first community at the end of 2014, which was Brisbane Airport. And then Curtin University was the first to be certified to achieve, and achieved a 5-star rating. It was the first 5-star rating in 2015. And when they got recertified in 2020, that bumped up to a 6-star rating. We've since certified around 80 communities, ranging from small infill developments right through to master planned communities. We've currently, you can see on my screen here, these are the early adopters. So these are the people that piloted the program for us and have gone on to get recertified. But it's a really big mixture of kinds of communities that we're rating. I've just got a note on governance because it's not boring. It's really important to show that when we develop the rating tool, we do it in really close collaboration with industry. So the governance structure you can see here comprises of various advisory and decision-making bodies with participants drawn from the GBCA membership from right across industry. So be they academics, consultants, developers, banking and government. The governance structure ensures that the decisions that GBCA makes around the rating tools are not just robust and transparent, but also really involve strong technical input from the Australian market. And this ensures that the tools are relevant to their market and also achievable in our marketplace, which is a balance we've always got to get right. For communities, it's even more important because we're looking at a really complex mix of stakeholders. So that governance structure takes on a kind of amplified level of importance because there's so many people that you need to consider and make sure that you include in the design, development and improvement of the rating tools. This is the timeline for the development of the Green Star Communities version 2 rating tool. We're about halfway through. So 2 years in, we're at the technical release. Well, almost. I was hoping we'd have that for today, but we've still got draft on everything. But the technical release will be in the next few weeks. And then from early next year, projects will be able to register under the Green Star Communities version 2 rating tool. We'll then have a crossover period of a year where project teams can pick up both rating tools and choose which one's most relevant for their project. So they can either register under the old tool or under the new tool. And then for projects coming on board from March 2026 onwards, they'll have to use the new rating tool. So we're giving everyone time, as we always do at the GBCA when we do massive transitions and move all of the benchmarks again. When we were developing the rating tools, we looked at the global trends to underpin our work. This isn't just in tool development. We do this right across the Green Building Council. The global megatrends you can see on the screen today, we've taken from World Green Building Council. So it's climate action, resources and circularity, health, equity and well-being. And there's a real focus today and in this group on the climate action component, but it's really important to note that all three always go together across the rating tools. So when we do look at climate action, we're looking at reducing carbon emissions from upfront carbon as well as from energy use, and also recognising the need to have the precinct to build resilience into the precinct so that we can bounce back from the extreme weather events that we know are coming, as well as accounting for longer term climate related risks. There's 9 kind of broad areas underneath the 3 big megatrends that the GBCA uses internally and also externally to filter those down for what's most relevant in the Australian market. And you can see those there with quite a strong blue focus, which is with how we've colour coded climate action on net zero emissions, climate resilience and embodied carbon. There's already been a lot of heavy lifting done in the precinct space, much of it by people in today's virtual room and I'm sure in the audience. And at the GBCA, we've looked at resilience and we've looked at nature, and we also released the Climate Positive Roadmap for precincts. And it's given us a long-term vision and direction. And the Green Star Communities version 2 rating tool is the first step towards this in a practical sense. The papers you can see here are all free to download on the GBCA's website, and I'll just encourage you to do that if you haven't already. So that brings us to Green Star Communities version 2. There's 5 things that you should know, depending on how familiar you are with Green Star Communities version 1. Let's just start from a blank slate. Green Star Communities version 2 establishes a new definition for sustainable precincts. We're driving future-ready infrastructure and buildings. The rating tool exceeds the Paris Climate Agreement carbon targets. It delivers value across multiple precinct typologies. And finally, it rewards outcomes through a flexible and ongoing certification process. And I'll talk to that as part of this session. We've also developed a new framework for Green Star Communities version 2, aligning with the buildings framework that we're using. And as we do the work through the Future Focus program within the GBCA, upgrading each of the rating tools, they will all transition across to these 8 categories to ensure that we deliver healthy, resilient and positive places for people and the planet. So there is 8 new categories, which for those of you who've used Green Star Buildings will be familiar. Those of you who've used Green Star Communities in the past, we're switching across from 5. But they come together to deliver a holistically sustainable precinct, and I'll show you how that's done. So while all the categories are important, given that we've got 15 minutes and this is a 4-hour course when we talk about Green Star Communities version 2, we're just going to focus on the positive category. So the positive category is going to deliver carbon positive precincts. Here, the tool challenges project teams to create positive carbon and energy outcomes by eliminating fossil fuels, reducing emissions, and addressing material impacts. I've deliberately put a lot of information on this slide, and I know that's a no-no for presentations, but the presentations are going to be shared afterwards, and I've done it so when you go back through and you've broadened your perspective out beyond positive, you can see what we're putting in as under the other categories. So you'll have that information. Drilling down again though, while all the categories are important, it's really the delivery of carbon positive precincts that we're focusing on. So here you can see the actual credit categories or the credits that come in under positive. So we require, just note here, the ones in bold are minimum expectations. So for the areas in bold, all projects have to deliver those credits before they get any points in the rating, and you can't get a rating without delivering all of those credits in bold. So we've put minimum expectations in right across each of the categories. But for the positive one, the minimum expectations are that it's fully electric, powered by renewables, you've got efficient infrastructure, you've got positive buildings, and you've got a plan for upfront, well, not a plan, you've actually demonstrated upfront carbon reductions. So I'll break that down in a little bit more detail as well. So the minimum expectations, just to highlight again, the precinct's got to be fossil fuel free, energy efficient, and built with lower upfront carbon. So what does that mean in practice? Quite a lot. Here's what we're aiming to do in terms of that. So fully electric. So here you can see on the left, it's the credits. The middle is the criteria. So what you need to demonstrate as part of those credits to achieve them. And the timeline is from when that will be included as a minimum expectation as part of the rating tool. So most of these are going to be a minimum expectation from day one, so March 2025. For fully electric, we had thought we would push that out, but the market moved so quickly towards electrification while we were developing the rating tool, and our grid has decarbonised at a much faster rate than we expected. So we've put that in as a minimum expectation from day one as well. We need our communities to be, so that's fully electric. We need our communities to be powered by renewables, have efficient infrastructure. We also want to see positive buildings. So all community assets need to be energy efficient, and we want design guidelines in place to encourage the efficiency across the whole development. So not just the buildings that the developer owns, but all of the buildings within the development. Every project must achieve a minimum requirement in terms of carbon reduction, both for operational carbon and embodied carbon. The upfront carbon reductions, though, will ramp up as the rating tool progresses. So if you use the rating tool from when it comes out in March 2025, if you sign up in March 2025 up until 2027, you'll only be required to demonstrate a 10% reduction. If you come on board from 2027 onwards, it's 20% reduction. And if you hold off until 2030, it'll be a 40% reduction. And we need that to make sure that we're on track again to meet those Paris commitments. So this is what it looks like in a bit more detail. So you can see these are draft credits, but the credit requirement for each of the aspects of the climate positive pathway is up here. So we've put in a climate positive pathway, again, similar language to what we've used in Green Star buildings. And we aim to put all precincts on that climate positive pathway, and they've all got to achieve a minimum reduction in carbon. So what it means in practice, if we pick a credit, so let's look at powered by renewables. All the buildings and infrastructure have to use renewable energy. We've got a minimum expectation of precinct developer renewable energy. So all the energy used by the developer on the precinct needs to be renewable. And 100% of the energy used in buildings and infrastructure operated by the precinct owner or developer has to be renewable. I've broken down all of the credits there under the climate positive pathway and what it means for you, again, so that when you're going back and reviewing this later, you can have that level of detail. I'll just go ahead one. Oh, sorry, I've gone ahead too. We're also incentivizing communities to go further by providing extra points for some of the credits. So if a developer encourages everyone on their site to use renewables, we'll reward that. We'll also reward communities that have buildings within them that have independent third-party ratings for energy efficiency and for climate positive attributes. And we're pushing harder in upfront carbon. So we're rewarding communities that show larger reductions as well as those that offset demolition works. And while we are really focused on climate positive precincts today, it's not just about carbon. With the Green Star Communities rating tool, we've also ramped up the nature credits. So we'll require protection of all of any high ecological value sites or threatened species within the precinct. Also, we require protection for those same sites and species that are near the precinct. So you can no longer just draw a boundary and say, I'm responsible for this. You've also got to look to minimise the impact for neighbouring populations and then to connect them as well. So where you've got an endangered species, for example, your community adjacent to your community, you need to be able to provide pathways so that the animals can move between habitats. So the kinds of wildlife pathways we've been putting into windbreaks in rural Australia for my whole lifetime, we're now putting into community greenfield community precincts or any communities where there are highest local ecological value or threatened species. So it's quite a ramping up of the community's rating tool, and it's a minimum expectation as well. We're also looking at infrastructure within the precinct. So we need collaboration with infrastructure to be able to deliver better energy, water and green infrastructure. And we're also looking at the social infrastructure on the site and making sure that that's right-sized for the community. And it's not, sorry. And we're using it to drive affordable, healthy and positive buildings. So we have a goal of having better buildings for the people who are living within the communities as well. So there are credits that you can collect across the rating tools that deliver on each of these 4 aspects. We're also redefining what world leadership looks like. So to get a Green Star rating, you have to meet the minimum expectations and achieve the credits for at least a 4-star rating to be rated. That hasn't changed. And 4-star between Green Star Communities version 1 and Green Star Communities version 2 is actually is similar in alignment. 5-star, we're pushing out the benchmarks a little bit more, and 6-star is going to be much, much harder under Green Star Communities version 2. And we need to do that to ensure that it continues to meet world leadership. We've put in minimum, to get your rating, you achieve the minimum expectations and then you collect points from across the rating tool. So it's 10 points for 4-star and then up to 70 points for 6-star. And finally, the last change is the way that we certify. So we're introducing a new certification system for master planned communities. So you'll get this at the planning stage. We'll then require you to come back each year to get recertified as a check-in, so recertified. The annual process is small, but it's just so that Project Keems to tell us what, if anything, has changed during that period. So it'll become an annual certification. When you've finished, you'll get your final certification, which will be Green Star certified, which is the logo that we currently use. Those are all my 7 seconds left. Those are all my slides. And I'm going to join the panel for questions, which I look forward to.
Thank you very much for that, Helen. Certainly looking forward to some exciting pre-Christmas reading there when that the final version of the standard is released. I'd now like to introduce our next speaker, but before I do that, I'd just like to say thank you to everybody who is putting any questions and comments into the chat. And just to remind everyone, please keep those coming through, and we will explore those in more detail when we have our panel coming up a little bit later on this morning. I'd like to introduce Ryan Flack, who is the sector lead at NABERS and who's here to talk to us about how NABERS is supporting decarbonisation and the importance of tool integration. So welcome, Ryan, and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelina. My name's Ryan. I'm the new builds and planning lead at NABERS. So we'd just also like to pay my respects to elders past and present who are joining us here today. And I would like to firstly cover a little bit about NABERS. So what is NABERS? So NABERS is the National Australian Built Environment Rating System. So we're essentially a rating system which provides a simple 6-star metric for the built environment, particularly from 6 stars, from 1 star making a start, all the way up to 6 stars, which is market leading. And it's essentially a comparable sustainability metric. So it allows you buildings to compare like for like, comparing apples and apples. We've been around since 1999, and we essentially provide rating across a variety of particular areas, from energy, water, waste, indoor environment, and soon to be embodied carbon. We largely focused in CBDs across Australia. So as you can see here, there's a spread of a screenshot of some of the ratings that were available across Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane and Perth. But we're all across Australia, primarily in commercial areas. So at Neighbours, we like to also say what gets measured gets managed. So we've been around in the office sector since commencing in 1999 and then expanding into shopping centres in 2010. But as you can see here, Neighbours has been a very successful program in decarbonising the office industry in Australia. And over 10 years of continually rating, office buildings have delivered usually around 30 to 40% reduction in their energy efficiency in their buildings. And as you can see, shopping centres are also following a very similar trend with how they are performing in terms of continually performing Neighbours ratings for their premises. So we don't just cover shopping centres and offices, we actually cover the entire commercial market now. So as you can see on this screen, we cover a whole variety of sectors, as primarily hotels, the residential aged care, schools and retail, which we've launched this year, data centres, public hospitals, warehouses and cold stores. And we've also recently announced the Neighbours Energy Performance Indicator, which essentially captures all the other remaining buildings that don't fall within these categories. And that tool is specifically there to capture those smaller use buildings that will eventually allow us to develop rating tools for to get a star rating. So that's kind of a bit of an upfront introduction of how what Neighbours is. And next, I'd like to kind of touch on how Neighbours is working to decarbonise the commercial building sector itself. So Neighbours is committed to doing three kind of key areas, particularly with our sustainability rating tool. So we need all buildings to get to net zero emissions by three key areas. So reducing energy use. So that means incentivizing energy efficiency upgrades and using continual Neighbours ratings to show reductions and benchmark where your building is performing. Also limiting on-site fossil fuels by promoting electrification initiatives and decasification of buildings. And finally, incentivizing the purchase of renewable energy. And I'd like to be covering a bit more about how we're covering particularly those last two facets later on in the presentation. So in terms of how we are working towards reducing energy use in buildings, is that Neighbours does a National Greenhouse Accounts Factor update every year to our rating tools. But more broadly looking forward is that we also account for buildings that also want to electrify sooner, and also accounting for the grid that's also decarbonising as well. And so we are preparing a series of prediction tools and speaking with industry to look forward as to how Neighbours will be looking in 2030, 2027 as the grid decarbonises, and equipping the building industry to show how Neighbours will be looking towards in those future years. We also have the renewable energy indicator, which is built into all of our Neighbours energy rating, and that is essentially disclosing how much renewable energy is used on site over a 12-month rating period. And finally, we are supporting government programs that use our data and also are also leveraging us as rating tools and requirements to promote electrification across the industries, whether that's included in the building code, whether that's in relevant policies, both planning or procurement policies within relating to building procurement. So this is just an example of what NABERS is providing to industry in terms of showing how they can respond if in terms of how the NABERS rating will respond when they're electrifying. And we are providing a series of scenarios upfront to stakeholders, essentially saying if you are electrifying your assets sooner and to an extent of how you are electrifying, these are kind of the scenarios that you're aiming for. And so essentially equipping these portfolio owners to at least understand the long-term implications of the usage of gas in their buildings, and also the longer term, and help them plan for the longer term in terms of transitioning toward their existing building stock, and also their new buildings in the pipeline coming through in terms of directing them towards promoting electrification initiatives in their building. And in the event of hopefully transitioning towards 100% or close to 100% building electrification. So I would covered a little bit previously around the renewable energy indicator. So the renewable energy indicator is essentially a new indicator that we have on our energy rating, and that essentially is a disclosure mechanism for buildings, and it essentially provides a metric for buildings to advertise or to show how much renewable electricity was purchased on site, and display it as a very simplistic metric that can be used for disclosure purposes. And as you can see there, the equation is very simple. It's essentially just the amount of renewable energy in a building divided by the overall building energy that's consumed. So next, I'd like to kind of cover the new kid on the block at NABERS. So that's the the NABERS Embodied Carbon Standard, which we've actually launched last week at the Energy Efficiency Conference in Melbourne. So I'd like to kind of talk a bit about the background of the Embodied Carbon Standard. So we've been working on this standard since 2021, and to kind of tackle this problem, we've engaged over 300 organisations to understand embodied carbon, particularly in the Australian landscape. And that's required us to engage with a wide range of stakeholders. So that includes decision makers, project teams, influencers, and also the supplier side. So looking at the building materials that are actually going into these buildings as well. And as you can see here, there's a wide range of these professions under these kind of categories. So the Embodied Carbon Standard is focusing on new and major refurbishments to buildings, and we're actually calling them rebuilds rather than major refurbishments, just because there's minor tweaks to some of the terminology with those definitions. The purpose of the Embodied Carbon Standard is to capture emissions from building materials, transport, and construction. So if you are across or aware of the embodied carbon life cycle, that's at the moment capturing the A1 to A5 range of the embodied carbon life cycle. And based on industry feedback, the building industry wanted us to consider those upfront areas, and then later on tackle those later stages in the embodied carbon life cycle. We're also encouraging using products that have known emissions, so using products that have environmental product disclosures attached to them, and then also using, similar before, having a national benchmark. So what this means is having a NABERS star rating to compare how NABERS compares in terms of their star rating scale for embodied carbon. So as I covered before, we've got an emissions database available now. We've also got our rules and our training. Our rules is out now, for version 1 is out for viewing now, so that's available. Our training is also available as of early next year, and we'll have the rating tool following soon behind that in early 2025. So where are we now is we're currently just almost at the rating tool launch phase, and that's happening next year in early 2025. And so for the last couple of minutes, I'd just like to cover the importance of why integrating rating tools, particularly in precincts, but also using them at a building level, is really important. So buildings in Australia emit a quarter of Australia's emissions. So it's really important. Buildings also use much more energy in terms of how they design versus how they actually operate. And in Australia, NABERS and the GBCA have done research in this area, and essentially, if we just looked at the buildings that are rated within Green Star, around 25% there's a gap of around 25% in these buildings in terms of their design performance versus their actual performance. And so if this is within the high performing Green Star buildings space, we can kind of assume that buildings that kind of fall outside of those rating tool will consume more energy than expected. All governments have net zero targets, and it's really important that we're all on the journey together to reach net zero. And finally, we all want to comply with the NCC, the National Construction Code, and we also want to incentivize getting sustainability ratings to push beyond the minimum compliance levels. So why is it important? So Helen has kind of covered on it before. As you can see, NABERS and Green Star work really well together in terms of rewarding third-party certification, particularly in the building space. And this is just so you can get an overlap between rewarding holistic focus outcomes and also rewarding more in-depth energy efficiency outcomes, which is what NABERS rewards. It's really important to have these third-party rating tools, not just NABERS and Green Star, but other rating tools as well. Is that just because these frameworks push for quality assurance and allows buildings and precincts to push higher beyond minimum compliance. As we are third parties, we do provide an independent and third-party quality assurance during multiple phases of the life cycle of both precincts and buildings. So this is during the design and planning phases, the construction, and throughout the operation phases. And so it reduces compliance and checks, particularly with councils which are already stretched in terms of resourcing and knowledge requirements. And also NABERS and other metrics provide operational ratings. And so this makes ESD and energy and efficiency measures more measurable when it goes into operations and verified in terms of having deliverables and key KPIs. And because we are a disclosure mechanism, it's accessible to everyone to understand. Secondly, also I like to cover is that it links design to performance as well. So it allows the connecting between design and performance, and it allows the collection of measurable data and encourages innovation as well, and particularly allows the connection between connecting the planning phases all the way through to the actual operation of the precinct as well. So that's basically the end of my presentation. So thank you very much for having me, and I'd like to look forward to hearing your questions later on in the panel. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ryan, for that overview and how NABERS can really assist with the decarbonisation journey in the built environment. I just now like to pass it to our final speaker for this morning before we kick into the panel. We've got Taylor Hood who's joining us. He's the Director of Sustainability and Research. He's going to talk to us about how Enviro Development is responding to net zero. So welcome, Taylor.
Thank you, Angelina. I appreciate it. And yeah, like the other presenters have already said, so thank you for inviting me along to have a practical conversation about how Enviro Development, our rating tool, is responding to net zero. It's not an easy thing. Hence why we have massive online national conferences to talk about it. It's definitely not an easy nut to crack, but I love the work that yourself and Josh and Peter and the whole team are doing over in WA. WA is definitely a bit of a leader in the space to push this, push this mandate forward. So yeah, pretty keen to have a conversation and looking forward to a panel conversation as well. But how is Enviro Development responding to the net zero agenda? So in this presentation, I'm just going to talk about a few different things. I want to talk about what is Enviro Development. If some of you are not familiar with our tool, I'm going to very briefly talk about what our tool is. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about it. You can jump on our website, you can find out more about the intricacies of what and how Enviro Development is structured, but I will just talk about it briefly. I'll then talk about how we're addressing net zero in our tool at the moment, and particularly wanted to talk about some of the challenges that we're facing and trying to incorporate these types of initiatives into our tool. Then going to talk about what are the barriers to uptake and how are the community responding to the issue as well, who are a pretty important stakeholder in all of this. We do facilitate quite a lot of research through the UDIA, talking directly to the community about a number of different issues that affect the housing sector more broadly, but we do talk to them directly about sustainability as well. So I think that is they're a really important stakeholder to be considering and keeping in front of mind, I suppose, as we have these conversations around trying to transition precincts and projects and buildings towards better net zero outcomes. So what is Enviro Development? Enviro Development is an initiative of the Urban Development Institute of Australia, or the UDIA. So we have UDIA offices across the country. I'm coming to you from UDIA Queensland. I am employed by UDIA Queensland, but the UDIA Queensland specifically runs the Enviro Development tool nationally, and we certify projects across the country. So we've been certifying precincts and projects since 2006. The whole point of it was the UDIA is the Institute for Residential Development, and we had residential developers asking for guidance and recognition for some of the initiatives that they were starting to push into their projects. So we developed the tool in 2006 to give recognition to those projects going above and beyond. It is holistic in nature. It's really structured to put the community at the centre of it. They're one of the most important stakeholders with this. It's about giving, I suppose, our members and our certified projects a really good tool and communication platform to be able to talk to the end users about what has managed to be achieved at that project or precinct level. The technical criteria is split into 6 areas. That is ecosystems, waste, energy, materials, water, and community. So they form up 6 areas of sustainability. They have since 2006, and it's still the same today. The technical standards that projects are assessed by is progressively raised. So we undertake that with industry. Most importantly, those roundtable discussions are really split down the middle of people who are implementing these initiatives at the project level, so the developers, and then obviously the consultants that are really supporting it, and I suppose the ones that are really driving innovation. So Enviro Development is difficult enough to push towards sustainable targets, but also flexible enough to encourage innovation. The last thing that we want to do as a rating tool is put sustainability in a box. We want to be able to have broad stroking outcomes that industry and at a project level we want to see achieved, and then how really kind of gets changed from a project level, and is a heap of flexibility built within our tool. Enviro Development is a freely available reference guide. So if you want to know what our technical criteria is, I'm going to touch on a little bit of the criteria today, but that is all on our website. So please feel free to jump onto our website, go to the resources tab and download our technical standards, and you can do whatever you like with it. In terms of Enviro Development's intent, so the overarching intent of our tool is really responding to 2 industry issues that we identified as an industry body. Number one was industry doesn't know how or have any tools to communicate with the community about the things that they've achieved on site. So Enviro Development is really about trying to give them a communication platform. And number 2, industry is confused about what is considered sustainable and what has a material impact on the ground. So we continue to have these conversations with our developer members. They are still confused about what is considered sustainable and what isn't. As more and more regulation kind of comes through, they're trying to wade through the things that they need to do that might be costing them money that isn't actually having any sort of material impact on the ground, and what does. So they're trying to sift through that. They're confused. They're looking for guidance out there. So something like Enviro Development and all other rating tools, as well, is really about trying to give industry guidance. So in terms of the development types that we certify, so we certify 10 different development types. We started off with 8 in 2006, and then we've added commercial and retail standards in the last kind of 10 years. So it was about 2012 that we launched those standards as well. So we certify projects across all different project typologies. The most popular typologies are our residential subdivisions, so land subdivision projects, senior living and multi-unit residential are probably our 3 most popular. Master plan communities is probably a close 4. So how is Enviro Development addressing net zero? So we don't certify projects as being net zero directly. We only incorporate initiatives and technical specifications that assist in getting a net zero outcome. We have attempted to figure out how we can consistently run it through, but with measurement and I suppose reporting challenges being the primary barrier that we're kind of coming across. Now, if anyone in this event knows how to incorporate net zero certification into a rating tool that's going to make it easy to understand and is low cost for our developer members, please reach out to me. They are very interested to understand how to do it. We're still definitely wrapping our head around how as well. But in terms of just some of the technical specification that's built within our tool that is obviously addressing net zero outcomes, I'm just going to rattle through this relatively quickly. I think I'm preaching to the choir with a session like this around what's included, but we have energy efficiency standards built within our energy leaf. So it's about climate responsive design, heat and gain loss, fixtures and fittings, specifications in there, water heating and appliances, and we built in quality NatHERS ratings as well. All beyond regulatory requirement, of course, is what we're looking for. Renewable energy, so we have, if projects sign themselves up to have a green power arrangement, solar, non-polluting power generation, energy storage, private community and spaces are included there as well. Low carbon construction, so low emission products, quality wood products, supplementary materials, low emission production techniques there as well, and LCAs are built within here too. Smart technology, so smart submetering, smart air conditioning, behavioural changes, and we've got some offset credits there as well. So these are kind of the technical specifications that are built within Enviro Development that all contribute to a broader net zero outcome. This isn't everything that's in Enviro Development. We do have a broader range of technical criteria that is sustainability focused a little bit more holistically than just focusing in on net zero, but this is how we are addressing it at the moment in terms of building it within our tool. So best practice tool. So we've actually got, we're in early development of a new rating tool as well, which is a new level of certification for Enviro Development. The aim is to assist, it will sit above our existing certification framework. The intent is to give credit and certification to those projects in Australia that are really in kind of the top 5 to 1% of environmentally certified projects in Australia. So it's about giving another level of benchmark beyond what Enviro Development is currently offering. The tool will look to incorporate net zero certification, but we are definitely in the early stages of figuring out the how and how we incorporate net zero certification into this tool. So it can be applied across all of our project typologies. So I know, Josh is part of these ongoing conversations, and we're kind of looping in national leaders to figure out how and where this tool needs to be placed so it's sort of use to industry. So what are the barriers to adoption for net zero, just from what we see? So I have a broader role here at the UDIA where I work very closely with the UDIA membership more broadly, which is, developers and particularly residential developers. Now, as we try and apply Enviro Development, to their types of projects, we come across all sorts of barriers, particularly around when it comes to net zero and figuring it out from the industry's point of view. So what these barriers are, number one is community knowledge. The community understand incredibly little about what's being done to address the climate crisis. They know very, very little. I'm going to get to that in just another slide in a second. We've got some research that is backing up that dot point there. Measurement is still a challenge for our industry. So measuring emissions and embodied carbon is expensive and for some areas difficult to undertake as well. So there's not a broad scope around how you can measure carbon output and to try and achieve net zero outcomes at the moment for all building typologies. So that is definitely a bit of a barrier to adoption at the moment as developers try and figure that out. Cost is a big one. I'm sure it's something that's going to be talked about for the rest of today as well, but costs associated with employing certified and specialised consultants to undertake the work is definitely something that is a barrier for our members. They look at even rating tools and they look at everything else and think, is this going to add more cost to not an outcome on the ground? It is absolutely a barrier as we're trying to, I suppose, get private industry and private bodies to adopt this. Political football, the terms that are used with net zero are increasingly being used as political football, which really erodes the meaning that these terminologies might have. So terms like net zero, sustainability, carbon neutral, they're getting used so much by the politicians that I don't really like it when they use it so much. I'd like them to use it less because it really does start to erode what the meaning of them mean, particularly for the community who are a huge stakeholder in this conversation. Stick not carrot is definitely a barrier as well. So industry reluctance for increased regulation that doesn't give tangible on-ground benefit is definitely going to be a barrier to adoption for industry. So how is the community responding to this issue? These are my last few slides. So how's the community responding? So part of my remit at the UDIA is I look after our research department. Part of our ongoing research program includes qualitative focus groups. Now, we're as an industry group, so we bring industry along with these focus groups. We unpack topical conversations with the community. So recently we've completed a round on sustainability to really understand how, in my view, probably one of the most important stakeholders in this conversation is positioned on the topic. And what we found out was really quite enlightening. So what we found out is obviously they are one of the largest stakeholders. They have really high awareness for the issues. So the community's awareness for what is going on, the climate crisis, the awareness of the issues is really, really high, but their knowledge is incredibly low. So the low level of understanding of the real world application of these key concepts and terms is very, very low. And what this is doing is causing confusion. There's considerable confusion, skepticism, and inconsistency of sustainability language, which is meaning that the community out there at the moment aren't really understanding what's going on, and they have this really big level of skepticism over sustainability practices and some of these terminologies which they just don't understand. So to illustrate this a little bit more clearer, their awareness of the issues is way up here, but their knowledge of the issues is way down there. And what this means is there's a really big sustainability knowledge gap in the middle. So community education is a significant part of what needs to occur here to ensure that we are bringing along this stakeholder who is really important. Their awareness and their want to know information is incredibly high, but they just know incredibly small amounts of information. So to back a little bit of this up, so some of the quotes that we got out of this focus group research was when they were asked about just simply what the term sustainability means to them. One of the quotes that we got, which was really the essence of the whole groups. I think the word sustainability is a very broad term. I think it's just widely used in a bit of a catchphrase. So that is what happens when a politician uses a word too much. It starts to become a catchphrase and it starts to really erode that meaning. When asked what net zero means, their response was zero output. I've heard the term, I just don't know what it means. So, and that was consistent across all of our focus groups. So all life stages and ages that we looked at. They don't know what the term means. So if we ever are talking to the community about net zero, it needs to be very closely accompanied by a very easy to understand grade 6 language on what net zero actually is. When asked what carbon neutral means, this is probably my most amusing one for my presentation, something that somehow offsets something. That pretty much summed up the theme of the groups. They have no idea, really. They're attaching some meanings to those words individually, but they don't really know what these mean at all. So if we are using these terms when we're talking to the community, it needs to be in a way that they definitely do understand. So a way forward, last slide, clear guidance and education is major from our point of view. So providing that clear guidance and education to industry and community. Industry is trying to grapple with these terminologies as well, and they're trying to grapple with how they can actually do it at a project level too. So we can't assume that they're along for the journey specifically with us. We need to ensure that there's good education out there for them. The what's in it for me communication language, bring with them to the front of the conversation with industry and community. So when we're trying to convince people to incorporate these initiatives, ensuring that we are considering what's in it for them, that's where we're going to get adoption of all of these types of initiatives. Measurement, investing in tools and technology that make measurement easy and affordable. Key language there is probably affordable. There are some developers that can probably afford more expensive measurement of net zero outcomes or carbon neutral outcomes, but the affordability component is how we're going to get the majority of the industry to really pick it up. and carrot, not stick. Let's incentivise industry rather than whacking them with a stick to get in line. I think incentivising is always a much better way of going about it. Thanks.
Hi everyone, my name's Josh Byrne, Dean of Sustainable Futures in the Faculty of Humanities at Curtin University and one of the chief investigators on the Race for 2030 CRC Pathways to Net Zero Precincts project. Can I say, Taylor, Ryan and Helen, fantastic presentations, and I think it was a great introduction to what's currently available in the built environment sustainability rating space. And we've got some great questions that are coming in off the back of your presentations. Obviously, there's a reason why we had the three of you presenting on your respective organisations and programs today with Enviro Development and Green Star Communities, two of the leading sustainability certifications that are relevant to precincts in the built environment, and then obviously with NABERS, the key rating scheme for commercial buildings. And Ryan, really appreciated how you did just touch upon how, whilst your program focuses on buildings, recognising how it aligns with the other programs. And I guess this is the first question that I want to put to all of you, just to warm up. And we might start with you, Helen. Can you just explain to our audience how the three programs that we've heard from do align? And I guess in your case, it may be more with NABERS with Green Star Communities, but how you see them aligning.
Yeah, absolutely. So independent third-party verification is really important, and the space, if I just address Enviro Developer the Enviro Developer and Green Star work in, we'd consider it's really important to have a whole range of options there, and we're not really competing because we're in different areas of the market. With NABERS, there's really close alignment. We work really, we align our rating tools, particularly from the buildings component, like the buildings components of the rating tools, where we pull NABERS energy, water, waste, indoor environment quality, and we will pull NABERS embodied carbon across into Green Star buildings. So where you've got a precinct, so a Green Star Communities rating, buildings within that precinct need to have a Green Star building, need to have an independent third-party verification if they're owned and operated by the developer. And so that, in our case, is Green Star, but you could use alternates. And NABERS feeds very neatly across into Green Star and rewards a lot of the points there. When you're looking at buildings in operation, if you get a 6-star NABERS energy, water, waste, and indoor environment quality, you've already got all of the points you need for a 4-star Green Star performance rating. So the alignment is very neat. And in the back end, we share data on progress and also help develop each other's rating tools. So we're on each other's working groups to ensure that continual alignment so that we're not, so that we're building on what each other are doing. Yeah, definitely not a competitive landscape at all there. Very much a working together, and we'd really like to see NABERS extended across into all kinds of developments, not just, and obviously it's mandatory, we've got mandatory disclosure in the office market. We'd like to see that right across the commercial sector and also stretching across into residential as well.
Thanks. And Ryan, to you now, in terms of the future direction of NABERS, and whilst clearly the program's building focused, how important is it to be considering precinct context, especially when we're looking at shared infrastructure, precinct scale approaches to energy, water, waste management and the like? What's the interface there?
In terms of the interfacing, I think it's really important to get all of that aligned very early up front in terms of getting alignment on in terms of like a sustainable plan in place across all of those services within the precinct. And then that eventually links into those buildings as well. So essentially just working towards with across the planning landscape, but with developers as well together to have a vision with sustainable infrastructure put in, and that's across whether that's EVs or that includes like renewable power purchasing and having like local renewable energy grids and the like. And incorporating those sustainability aspects into those precincts is important. And we definitely recognise that. In terms of how neighbours interfaces with that, we have some very limited rewarding of some of those initiatives. Our primary focus is on buildings itself and within the boundary of the building. But yeah, we definitely recognise that incorporating all of those elements together, buildings and infrastructure, is important for a more broader sustainable precinct in general.
So Taylor, maybe I can throw to you, just looking at the best practice tool that's in development, which is super exciting, by the way. What considerations are in place there in terms of looking at integration with other schemes, particularly at the housing and the commercial building scale, and having that permeability, given this is a space where we need absolute cooperation and not silos. What's happening in that space with Enviro development?
Yeah, look, good question, Josh. And it's a fascinating one. The best practice tool development, the whole intent is to be a step above the current Enviro development standards. So we're kind of talking Australian best sustainable practices here. And we're not trying to completely reinvent the wheel, but we're not trying to just duplicate anything that's kind of currently out there either. We're doing this in response because, our membership and our guys that utilise Enviro development across the country are asking for it, I suppose. But it's everything like this within the existing Enviro development scheme as well. Any bit of criteria that we build in there is about a tangible benefit on the ground. That's always what it comes down to. Because at the end of the day, when a developer's trying to, justify a significant cost for a sustainable initiative, they can justify that to the board and their other stakeholders if there's a great benefit on the ground. And the reality is, through our research as well, we know is the community wants it. They want to see this stuff. So there's reluctance from our membership to spend money in the world of sustainability that isn't actually changing anything on the ground, isn't reducing emissions, isn't doing this or that. So everything about Enviro development now, and this will definitely flow through to best practice, is not going to be about just 5 extra reports for doing the same thing. It's going to be about go do something on the ground. You prove to us how you've done it, and then we'll give you an extra level of certification. It's about trying to make sustainability and these net zero outcomes in the conversation today as practical as possible, because that's exactly how industry thinks and operates. So that's how we try to incorporate.
Right. Helena, building on this thread of integration, what alignment opportunities are you seeing in terms of the upcoming emissions reporting and mandatory disclosures? And what sense are you getting from industry on the importance of this integration, particularly for some of the larger projects where this is so relevant at the moment?
Yeah, so with the integration for climate-related financial disclosure, that came really slowly. And because it came so slowly, we had time to embed it completely when we were developing the Green Star Buildings rating tool. So we've aligned the rating tools with the United Nations SDGs, and for each credit, and this will be the same on Green Star Communities, you can see which of the SDGs it impacts directly and where it impacts indirectly, and you can pull across the reporting to other reporting frameworks. So we've designed the rating tool so it'll align with your corporate sustainability reporting and also your reporting under climate financial disclosure, ESG, and will incorporate nature as well. The nature one came much faster. I think it took 2 years for something that took 7 for finance, which is an interesting dynamic there. But the rating tools are really deliberately aligned to minimize that, not minimize the reporting, but to ensure there's not duplication in the reporting. So what you provide us, you can also provide elsewhere, or when you're providing it to us, you can extract it and move it across the same way we've always done with GRES, for example, or for the last 15 years. That reporting requirement's one of the drivers for an independent third-party verification, and it also gives you access to green finance, which we're seeing in Green Star Communities now as well. And having that all available means that you can access finance options that aren't otherwise available. And that was kind of a sub-benefit of the reporting that we were requiring there.
That's great. And Ryan, in your presentation, you emphasised the value of that third-party certification to give confidence and a sense that it's robust. Can you provide some commentary on this importance of integrating current and emerging disclosure requirements for streamlining this? Because let's face it, developers and other proponents have got a lot to deal with, and that we're constantly hearing feedback both in industry and in the research space that it's just getting more complicated. How do we streamline to ensure that integrity is there, but it is not becoming burdensome?
Yeah, that's a good question. In terms of, we've been doing some research over the past couple of years, primarily in the local council planning space, which has primarily been working with building approvals and the like. And the key kind of barriers to getting and promoting sustainability across buildings, and you also can put it towards precincts as well, is local councils really lack internal capacity, and also they lack knowledge and capability, primarily because, as we've kind of discussed today, sustainability covers a wide range of things. And so having third-party tools come into play is really important, is primarily because these tools do a lot of the ticking the boxes for these kind of initiatives. And so that means that in terms of linking those and using those tools throughout the process of developing precincts and developing buildings, it means it takes the workload off these kinds of people to do the work, essentially. It puts it on us to do the quality assurance. It allows for councils to kind of get on with what they need to do, really, and not necessarily have to be burdened by some of the barriers that they're currently facing in terms of getting approvals through and getting everything planned and aligned. And so ultimately, it just kind of, I guess, greases the wheels a little bit. It also makes sure that because the rating tools in general are usually publicly disclosed, it provides a bit of a mechanism for these projects, whether they're community-based projects or building-related projects, to advertise and to also market their credentials, because these bodies are providing a third-party certification source as well. And so it kind of links together all of those facets together all under one kind of bundle.
Thank you, Taylor. This next one's from you, from the audience. Housing affordability is clearly a key issue at the moment, as is timeframes around delivery of housing. How can certification work so that it does not increase development costs and complexity, and therefore putting further time and cost impost on the housing market?
Oh, great question. That one definitely wasn't planted. Look, clearly we're in a housing crisis at the moment. Prices are absolutely skyrocketing and have been skyrocketing since 2020 through a number of different reasons. I could spend another 15-minute presentation going through. One of the main things that we're talking directly with developers around our tool all the time is just it's unnecessary costs. So it's just ensuring that anything along the way. So these initiatives cost X to put on the ground. The last thing we want to do as a rating tool is add a whole bunch of extra costs for no material benefit on the ground. So it's about really reviewing how our system is set up so that developers can make their project more sustainable without adding significant amounts of costs. But look, if we're being real at the moment, like, developers at the moment aren't really thinking about sustainability as much as they were. They're not at the moment. It's a bit of a privilege to be able to. That's the way that they're looking at it. We've got developers down the road here that are handing out redundancies because they just can't find sites or can't get projects off the ground because there's no one to build it. No one's building an apartment tower in Brisbane at the moment. The issues that's facing our industry at the moment are really, really loud, and voluntary sustainability rating tools are a little bit further down the rung at the moment. So that's what we are dealing with at the moment. So to ensure that we are still got a bit of a seat at the table, and we are still certifying projects, absolutely, but just ensuring that it is incorporating into a system that the developer has already set up themselves, and it's trying to take some of that burden away from local regulators as well, like Ryan kind of got to with his, with local governments or state government, if they've got a planning arm in certain parts of the state, ensuring that if there are sustainability metrics that they want to achieve, that it isn't just being relied purely internally for them, and they are relying on existing external resources and rating tools like us that have been around for ages, that have been industry driven, for years. I think that's going to be really key. But look, at the moment, certification, sustainability is down the rung of just trying to get a project out of the ground at the moment for our members. It's tough out there to be a developer. There are other industries that make it much easier to make more money out of. So,
look, thanks for that. And of course, the big challenge is this is happening at the same time where we need climate action and responding to broader sustainability
100%.
issues more than ever before. So if it wasn't harder earlier, it's particularly challenging now. But this is a challenge that we must rise to, and that's what
exactly, that's our challenge, right?
About.
That's our challenge.
Look, would you believe that we're at the end of our panel session? I'd just like to thank you so much on behalf of our audience for your time and your knowledge and expertise and generosity in sharing it with us today. For the wider audience out there, it's now time for us to take a short comfort break, and we'll be back in 20 minutes for the next session, and you don't want to miss it. Thanks so much.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back into our second session for today. What we're going to talk about in this session are the global trends and how Australia is responding to that in the context of net zero. Our first speaker in this session is Bill Hare. He is the CEO of Climate Analytics, and he's one of the authors of the UN Integrity Matters report that I was referring to in my earlier presentation. Now, he's just been at COP29, and so we're very fortunate that he's been able to record a presentation for us. And so I'll now pass over to the recorded presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I wanted to, I've been asked to give a bit of an overview of the scientific context for net zero, and also talk about the United Nations high-level expert group on net zero for non-state actors. So I'm going to step through some of the scientific context for this, and then in the course of the next 15 minutes, get to some policy conclusions based on contemporary science. Now, the scientific context, of course, that we're all talking about is we have the Paris Agreement, which has a 1.5 degree limit, which drives the mitigation challenge. The Paris Agreement calls on the world to take action to limit warming to 1.5 degrees, but also to get to net zero greenhouse gas emissions in the second half of this century. Both of those elements are quite critical. Now, I'm just going to mention the difference between the former below 2 degree goal, which was replaced by the Paris Agreement, and the Paris Agreement's 1.5 degree limit, because I know in Australia there's often a lot of confusion about this. The former 2 degree goal was held by the international community prior to the Paris Agreement being adopted in 2015. It essentially peaked warming at about 1.7 to 1.8 degrees. And holding warming below 2 degrees over the century. It never really got to 1.5 degrees. And as a consequence of rising concern, particularly in the vulnerable countries, that this was too hot, then we moved to adopt the Paris Agreement long-term temperature goal, which, as I've said, is about 1.5 degrees with a maximum overshoot of about 0.1 degrees this century. So what that means for the policy debate is that if you're hearing anywhere that the Paris Agreement has an upper limit of, for example, 1.8 degrees, this is not consistent with international law, nor the science. Now, we know that 1.5 degrees is going to be a big challenge. It's still in reach. The fact that we haven't reduced emissions the last years means that we're in a lot of trouble in relation to this target. But as the IPCC sixth assessment report shows, it's still open to achieve that. What that means is if we can make the emission reductions needed or close to that, and get to net zero CO2 emissions by mid-century, then we would still geophysically be able to limit warming to very close to 1.5 degrees. And that's a very important lesson for everyone, given the ongoing debate in the media about whether 1.5 degrees is lost or not. The International Energy Agency is producing net zero roadmaps regularly, updated most recently a few months ago. It also still shows that from the energy system point of view, we can put all the changes in place required to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. So where we're headed, of course, is in completely the wrong direction. The Climate Action Tracker recently updated its temperature assessments. Actually, I've got the old one showing here, do an oversight in the presentation preparation, but the warming levels are pretty much the same, headed towards 2.7 degrees of warming under current policies. That means that we're way off track to actually limit warming to 1.5 degrees. If we stack up the most optimistic assessment of what countries have put forward, their so-called nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, for 2030, and their net zero commitments, and if they were ever fully implemented, then that collection of actions could limit warming to close to 1.8, 1.7 degrees. That's an extremely optimistic interpretation, as most countries are nowhere near a pathway to get to net zero at any time over the next many decades. Now, just looking at the temperature pathway to reinforce this, this is an update from the COP just concluded in Baku from the Climate Action Tracker, and pretty much a similar picture here. Policies and actions headed towards well over 2.5 degrees, 2.7 to 3 degrees really. The pledges and targets put forward by countries that is the targets that countries have on the table, would keep that a bit lower, but not fundamentally lower. In other words, neither the policies nor the promises of countries are stacking up with the green line below the bottom, the 1.5 degree compatible pathway. And you can see in that pathway that if we're successful in reducing emissions, we would bring warming to a halt in the 2040s and have warming dropping from close to present levels actually by 2100. Now, there has been progress implementing the Paris Agreement, but the emission gap, the gap between policies and actions and 1.5 degree pathways is still very large. This is a figure from 2022, but I'm afraid the gap hasn't changed very much. So there's nowhere near enough action in place. So the timing and pathway to net zero is really important for understanding the context of what national actors need to do, what subnational actors and corporates need to do. So I just wanted to go through that for a few minutes. I think everyone in this space, in the climate space, knows that we need to be reducing emissions very quickly. And this figure is a standardized one that you'll see from many research groups showing how rapidly emissions need to drop from a peak around 2020 and reaching net zero carbon dioxide emissions around 2050 and net zero greenhouse gas emissions about 2 decades later. You'll also see here that in order to limit warming to 1.5 degrees, this is a 1.5 degree pathway, that there's going to have to be an awful lot of CO2 removal from the atmosphere. And I'll come back to that a bit later on when I talk about offsets and so on, which is very relevant to the Australian policy debate. Now, carbon dioxide removals have to happen if we're going to limit warming to 1.5 degrees because of the historic level of emissions that have been emitted. So we can't really escape the need to do this at scale, but it's something that we're not really certain about. So policy in the short run, next decade or two, needs to focus on ensuring emission reductions are fast enough to minimize the need for carbon dioxide removal, whether it's land-based carbon storage or technological means of removal. Global greenhouse gas emissions totally need to be reduced very quickly. This is a kind of figure you can see coming from the IPCC's most recent assessment of how fast we need to reduce emissions to get to net zero and limit warming to 1.5 degrees. CO2 emissions also follow that same pattern. They need to be reduced faster than total greenhouse gas emissions, down 50 to 60% from 2020 levels. And net zero CO2 needs to be reached in the early 2050s at the latest. Now, from the physics of the climate system, the one thing that people can really take away is that pretty soon after we get to zero CO2 emissions globally, we can halt global warming. That's why if you think back to that temperature pathway I showed you, you see temperature peaking and beginning to drop from the 2050s. So that's a very important thing that we know about the climate system, and it offers some hope that if we can crack on with serious action, then we can bring the increasing damages from global warming to a halt. Now, the IPCC has basically provided the state of the science, the best available science on this pathways. This just summarizes the numbers I've shown in the previous graphs to reinforce that message about just how sharp emission reductions need to be. I've emphasized also that we need to avoid infeasible levels of carbon dioxide removal, CDR, and also carbon capture and storage. This is very important because we're not sure about the ability to store carbon. Carbon dioxide removal, we know it's limited. We've never really done it at scale before. So we need to absolutely minimize that. And the way we do that, or would need to do that, is getting rid of fossil fuels, phasing them out as fast as possible. Now, in the Australian context, of course, offsets is a very big thing. It's one of the few places in the world where offsets is actually being used as an instrument of government policy. I think Kazakhstan might be the other place that I'm aware of. And it's very important that from the science point of view, people begin to understand that offsets don't really work to offset fossil carbon dioxide emissions. To see this, one needs to understand the fate of fossil carbon dioxide emissions. What happens if you put a ton of carbon from fossil fuels into the atmosphere? How long does it last? How long does it take to go away? And the answer is a very, very long time. And we've known this in the scientific community for many decades, actually. So to sum it up, if you put a ton of CO2 in the atmosphere now, 100 years' time, about 40% of it will be left. After 1,000 years, a fifth to a quarter will be left. And after 10,000 years, something between 7.5% and 20% will be left. That's a staggering lifetime. And during all that time, the CO2 will be in the atmosphere heating the planet. So you can immediately begin to see that if you're going to offset a ton of CO2, you're going to have to be able to do it basically permanently over an indefinite time frame to truly offset the climate effects of a carbon dioxide emission from fossil fuels. So that leads us to the problem that offsets don't really work against fossil carbon dioxide emissions. We know that in Australia, the majority of land sector offsets have failed to deliver genuine additional emission reductions. Scientific community has published some important papers in recent months showing that basically the system doesn't work. That's despite the official governmental reviews that say they are, which I'm afraid have been challenged and undermined more or less completely by real and rigorous science. Much of the sequestered carbon in offsets would have happened anyway, and I think that's been a waste of resources. The other critical point, given what I mentioned about fossil fuels, is that the projects underpinning land sector offsets in Australia are by design and legally not permanent. The permanence period can range from 25 to 100 years, depending on what project proponents opt into, but it's simply not permanent. And if you work over the numbers carefully, where you could have reduced a ton of fossil CO2 emissions, but then chose to do an offset, when the fossil CO2 emission remains in the atmosphere indefinitely and the sequestered carbon is ultimately released back to the atmosphere, we're a lot worse off. In other words, we'll make the problem worse. So in a policy sense, we looked at this issue very carefully a year or so ago in a report to trace through what happens if an LNG company buys 1 tonne of offsets, an Australian carbon unit. What happens? What does that enable? And essentially what that enables is about 8.4 tonnes of CO2 internationally. So that's a very big cost to the Australian ACCU system. And you can come up with similar numbers or much larger numbers for coal as well. So this is a staggering failure of public policy, I would say. Now, turning now to the high-level expert group that I was on, that reported about 2 years ago, and for which there's an update process just underway now. I'm on the task group implementing that, and the update was presented to the Secretary General of the United Nations about a week or so ago in Baku. But looking at the key recommendations relevant to what you're discussing, the net zero pledges from subnational actors should contain really hard targets every 5 years that you can be held accountable for. In other words, short, medium, and long-term emission reduction targets that are science-based. They should be publicly available and transparent. Another recommendation of the high-level expert group was that they should be focused on a fossil fuel phase-out. It's a very strong message from the science end that we need to be getting rid of fossil fuels from the system in order to bring global warming to a halt and limit warming to 1.5 degrees. So that net zero pledges should not be facilitating or enabling the use of fossil fuels any longer than absolutely needed. Also, the idea is that announcing a net zero pledge needs to be very public, and it needs to be at the highest level of leadership of an organisation. That's because we observe many cases where net zero pledges were made by not so important people in companies or organisations, and it didn't really have weight institutionally. So that's also a strong recommendation from the group. We also looked at the question of voluntary carbon units, because a lot of corporates, for example, are purchasing voluntary carbon units on the voluntary carbon market internationally. And we recommended that voluntary carbon units are not used towards a non-state actor's interim emission reductions required for its net zero pathway. That is, to get onto a real emission reduction pathway, non-state actors, whoever you are, should not be using offsets. Offsets should only be used above that pathway and can be used, for example, for ESG reasons and so on, but not to achieve the primary emission reductions. Now, what's the progress towards net zero? Well, as I've mentioned, following the high-level expert group, the Secretary-General set up a task group to look at implementation, and that began work quite intensively about 6 months ago. First update was presented to the Secretary-General in Baku. Final report will be forthcoming in the next year. But basically, what we're seeing across the landscape is that we're not seeing enough progress. There is progress on the number of net zero pledges being made out there, but the quality of them, their alignment with 1.5 degrees and the recommendations of the high-level expert group is not that great. And one of the key recommendations of the high-level expert group, recommendation 10, was that we have to have a pathway to regulating net zero pledges. Why? Because the observed experience with voluntary pledges is they're simply not working. And in fact, we've been through this in the mitigation space the last decades, where countries, sectors made voluntary pledges for emission reductions, and essentially nothing happened in most cases. So that's why we've recommended very strongly there needs to be a pathway to regulation. That is, governments need to regulate and mandate and control in that way the quality of net zero pledges by non-state actors. At the national level, looking globally, net zero targets cover about 90% of emissions. This is an update we do regularly in the Climate Action Tracker, and I think, unlike the previous figures, this is the current one. Approximately 90% of emissions are covered globally by net zero pledges, but 3/4 of these are quite inadequate. The target design, implementation, and so on isn't really working yet. So that means that there is a risk that a lot of net zero pledges could become seen, or actually are, essential greenwashing. Now, at the corporate level, colleagues at the New Climate Institute, whom we collaborate with on the Climate Action Tracker, also do a corporate monitoring of net zero targets. And the picture is essentially the same, that there's a lot of corporate net zero targets, but the bottom line is they're not stacking up with real action. And as I've just mentioned, the task group I'm on, looking at the high-level expert group recommendations, is finding that implementation is lagging behind announcement, if I can put it in that way. So that's already a big challenge. Now, from the science point of view, just zooming out again, important paper was published in Nature last week, which I contributed to, looking at what happens essentially if you use land and ocean sinks, sequestration of carbon, for offsetting. And the really concerning finding is that if policy uses or tries to use the passive uptake of carbon in our land, in our oceans, and count that as an offset that then allows further fossil fuel emissions, we would never be able to reach 1.5 degrees. In fact, there's probably a 0.5 degree penalty or more, looking at the right side of this figure, from using offsets at scale. I think it's a very important paper to understand for those of you engaged in offsetting, because you can see how ultimately it doesn't work and it could have perverse consequences for our needed goal of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees. Now, just to conclude on the Australian system, because I know many people have invested in it, but my view is that the Australian offset system is essentially undermining real action. Offsets via the safeguard mechanism is the main policy the government has to reduce emissions from our industrial facilities. But all of the available academic analysis, our own included, shows that the offset system is unlikely to constrain the growth of industrial emissions. Best outcome is industrial emissions from the safeguard mechanism facilities will remain approximately where they are for the next 5 or more years. In other words, not reducing as they should. But critically, as I've shown earlier, the offsetting system will probably allow the expansion or continuation of large-scale fossil fuel capacity in Australia. And I think we're just about to hear in Western Australia the consequence of this offsetting system in the real world when the Western Australian government announces essentially the 50-year lifetime extension of Woodside's Northwest Shore project at Karratha. So I would say that the offsets at present in Australia are not going to reduce emissions. In fact, I would contend they're designed to allow additional fossil fuel development. So in that sense, Australia looks like becoming one of the real outliers on offsets, where offsets are being used essentially to enable ongoing fossil fuel development, even expanded development, and looks like being one of the first state-sponsored greenwashing systems. Now, what does that mean in the end for efforts at the precinct level to get to net zero? I think precincts need to look at how they get to real zero. I'm interested to hear of views about this, but if you think about cities, regions within cities, they should be able to get the policy measures in place that get to real zero emissions without using offsets. Obviously, it's not as simple as just the city or local government making a decision, because there are other issues in play like building standards and so on. But I think a focus on trying to implement the high-level expert group recommendations, coming up with your time-bound pathway to reduce emissions, focusing on real zero, is very important for getting real benefits to Australia and to local communities. So I hope that's been a useful input to your discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bill. That was an amazing presentation to listen to, and a great explanation of net zero and the importance there, finishing off with how precincts really need to look at how we get to real zero and rapidly reduce those emissions without the use of and reliance on offsets. So now moving through to our next speaker, I'd like to welcome Dylan Byrne, who's a partner of sustainability services at BDO, and is going to talk about the role of certification in reducing the risk of greenwashing and the implications of the mandatory disclosure requirements that are coming. Thanks, Dylan.
Thanks very much, Angelina. And I would echo those comments. That was one of the best explanations I've ever heard on all of the science, and very encouraging in some ways and challenging in others. So as Angelina introduced, I'm a partner at BDO. We are very involved in the sustainability side, particularly around the reporting and helping organisations comply with all of the legislative requirements that they have. And I guess the theme of today is going to be trying to tie for you the new reporting requirements, which are going to apply to a substantial number of our companies, and how that will flow through to the rest of the economy, and also tie in with what's happening probably more in the voluntary space up until the current day. So as a bit of a precursor, I think it's fair to say that up until 6 months ago, the strategic imperative was really what was driving organisations. And that meant basically that if organisations wanted to do something or felt like they needed to do something through commercial pressure or through stakeholders, that was really the driver. But as a result of that, there was a lot of wriggle room and a lot of flexibility in terms of what you were doing, how you were telling the outside world about it, and I guess more importantly, how robust those claims were. And as a result of that, we've seen recently the ACCC talking about greenwashing. And so from the point of view of improving the robustness of the system, the new standards that have come out in recent times are going to make a massive difference in our opinion. And that's going to be the key topic of this discussion today is how those new changes really serve to reinforce the system in a big way. Just quickly, in terms of the strategic imperative, and we're not for 1 minute saying that this is not important anymore. In fact, I think it's still incredibly important, because if businesses or organisations are just doing what they have to do because someone told them to do it, then they're going to miss out on a whole lot of opportunity and benefit. But these are the key areas where having a good sustainability strategy and be doing the right thing is going to open up access to capital, which is debt, finance, capital to help grow the business, even things like insurance. It's going to open up access to markets, or conversely prevent access to markets, which is where the customer is really going to start driving a bit harder in terms of what they want to see happening. And then the third area of access that is improved through having a sustainability strategy is people. We're talking mainly employees, and that's becoming a massive issue with the cohort that's coming through our workplaces at the moment. So it's something that we have to be very much alive to and aware of. But if we just turn our attention now to more of the compulsory side, and we couldn't talk about compulsory without talking about emissions, although it is a very small subset of sustainability, but it's going to be one of the key focuses for our company's reporting requirements. So without spending too much time on this, we've got different types of emissions being driven by different types of activity. So in the middle there, we can see our direct Scope 1 emissions, and they are the industrial emissions that Bill's talking about, the emissions that are generated on the site of an operation. It's through burning coal or diesel or gas or industrial processes. A lot of companies are already reporting those Scope 1 emissions to the government or to the Clean Energy Regulator through their ENGA returns. Scope 2 emissions are those that come from purchased electricity, is the largest part of that particular type of emission. And then Scope 3, and this is where we're going to see a massive amount of focus as these rules roll out. So Scope 3 is on one side of the equation, we've got anything going into a business, all the inputs. As an accountant, I think of the profit and loss. I think every item on the profit and loss is an input, and there's some type of emission embedded in most, if not all of those. They're pretty easy to calculate because you can measure. You've got invoices or other documentation to support that. But on the flip side, we have the downstream emissions, and that's what is happening once you've sold your goods or services, usually goods, to a customer. What are the emissions from the way that they use those goods in over a life cycle, and then ultimately to those goods being disposed of? So you can imagine how hard that's going to be. And we'll be watching that space as more and more guidance is released. One of the most encouraging things with these new rules is the introduction of assurance. So the top emitters have been getting their emissions assured or audited for a long time, but as you'll see in these coming slides, that audit and assurance is, I guess, the backstop to make sure that things are being done properly. And the fact that these companies are having to have a fair amount of their sustainability report subject to audit, in fact, most of it, because it's going to be a key part of the existing financial report, I think that's going to improve the quality of the information that's being released or the calculations of emissions. And then hopefully the comfort level or the trustworthiness of that data as it's released. And if you can imagine, for a bit of a nerd, you might be reading the financial report for a company. Now you're going to be seeing the sustainability report as well, and that's going to probably be more interesting reading in a lot of ways, if you ask me, because there's a lot more what's going to happen in the future as opposed to what's happened in the last 12 months. So if we think about the new standards, I know that Angelina mentioned this before. IFRS is the global body that's responsible for accounting standards, and now they've been given carriage of the sustainability standards. So they've released IFRS S1 and IFRS S2, and as a result of that, we now have a similar or a mirror image of that in Australia. So we have legislation, we have our S2. It's a bit odd that S2 is implemented before S1, but we'll say as it is. So S2 is our accounting standard or our financial standard, and then we have an assurance standard which tells us how we have to go about auditing whatever is going into that sustainability report. We have a transition or a staggered introduction. So for the bigger companies, which we call Group 1, they've got a fairly big amount of revenue, a fairly big amount of assets, a fairly big number of employees. Starting on the 1st of January 2025, those companies are going to start live effect and be reporting, be preparing a sustainability report in their next financial year. And then we have another group coming along a couple of years later, Group 2, with a lower threshold for revenue and assets and employees. And then our third group, and this is probably the group that I'm more focused on, is these are all the companies that are lodging financial accounts with ASIC at the moment. They're not huge entities, huge businesses, but they're the ones within a short space of time they're going to be having to prepare a sustainability report alongside their financial report. I think that's the area where we're going to need to give the most amount of assistance, because they just don't have the scale within their organisations to be able to just whip up a sustainability report at the drop of a hat. This is just to give an idea of the timelines. I'm assuming these slides will be available later on, so I won't spend too much time, but you can just see here that for the December 25 year, there's a bunch of people who are going to be, organisations who are going to be reporting for the first time, and then it staggers out over the next 3 to 5 years. I won't dwell too much on this one, but this is just telling us that in year one, when a company is doing a sustainability report for the first time, certain parts of that report are subject to limited assurance, and that is, like, I'd call it a cut down version of an audit process. But within a 3-year period, all those things in that report are being subject to reasonable assurance, which is a much more in-depth deep dive and probably more of a robust opinion. But you can see there in the first year, some of these things companies won't have done climate resilience assessments before, or scenario analysis, and that's good in our opinion, because we want companies to have a little bit of time to kind of get that right before it's subject to assurance. But 3 years down the track, everything in that report is going to be subject to reasonable assurance, which is that's where I think the real the robustness of the system comes to fruition. You can see here scope 3 emissions, not having to do that in year one, but as year 2, 3 roll around, that comes into the equation. The one thing I'll say about scope 3 too is that a lot of the big companies who are in that first group, they will be leaning on their suppliers, who could be in that second or that third group, to provide information. And that's where, I'm a supplier, my scope 1 is my customer's scope. Sorry, is their scope 3. So there's an interaction. It's not just that everyone does it in isolation. There'll be a lot of sharing of data, voluntarily or otherwise. So it's not just a matter of saying, I'm 2 or 3 years down the track, I won't worry too much about it. It's probably worth looking at that scope 3 sooner rather than later, so that you're prepared for what's coming down the line. So in terms of the S2 report, there are 4 main areas, and these are reasonably consistent with TCFD, which is another global framework. So the areas that we're looking at are governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets. And you can see here, this is where your scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. Don't forget, scope 1 and 2 are being audited in year 1, and then scope 3 the year after. And this is going to be the direct correlation to net zero. And I think what's going to happen is that you've got companies out there who might have, a lot of them have got voluntary reduction targets. Now you've got this report coming in that's tied to the financial report that the directors and the CFO are signing, have carriage for. This is no longer the remit of a sustainability officer who's in the, on the mine site or on the industrial site. This is back in head office now. So I think the seriousness and the importance of the reporting is gone up a lot. It's ratcheted up. I think we're going to see that those things are going to be given a lot more focus, which I think is good if we're going to be relying on this data for emission reductions. In terms of next steps, so when we sit down with our clients, we go, what do we do next? We've created some roadmaps, and what we've done is we've used this to help companies kind of work out what they're going to do in a given year. I won't go through it in too much detail. It's just that we've picked up every particular requirement that could potentially be required under these new standards. And then on a company by company basis, we'll say, okay, well, what are you doing already versus what do you need to do? And okay, if you need to do it, when? We don't want to do everything in one month. We want to stagger it out over time, but we don't want to leave it too late either, so that when you get to the year that your financial and sustainability report goes live, you're not doing it for the first time. And then the other element that we look at closely is the strategic focus. So, as I said earlier, if you're just preparing the financial and the sustainability report in isolation, I think you're going to be missing out on a lot of the value that you can achieve from that process. And one of the key things that we're getting clients to do as part of that strategic focus is looking at what we call a materiality assessment or stakeholder engagement. Don't try and do everything for everyone. It's a matter of saying, okay, what does our business do? Or what does our precinct do? Who are our stakeholders? Are they our suppliers? Are they our owners, our customers, our community? Let's focus on the things that are important. And most of the time that will include some form of carbon footprint. But that might only be a small part of the overall, because what we're trying to do is get a holistic outcome, not just a subset on its own. Just a bit of a plug for BDO if you're interested. We have a lot of information on our website. My colleague Aletta has done webinars on sustainability for a number of years. She gets thousands of people turning up to her monthly webinar. It's all there for you to go back and look at if you're interested. We also have some masterclasses that is a deep dive in a single day. But those webinars are really, really good. I'd encourage you to look at those. We've also got some newsletters that you can sign up for. And then just to round it out, this is the way that we see sustainability. You can see it's not just carbon accounting on its own or sustainability reporting on its own. The bit we haven't spoken about today is decarbonisation strategies and that type of thing. And that's where, if you do those first steps really well, then I think you can then launch into that strategy side of things and get a really good outcome. I think that might be all I have to say, and I think I might have come in on time. So there you go.
Thank you very much, Dylan. That was
No
a great explanation. I think there were a few very prevalent themes in there. One being, scope 3 was definitely a big flavour in there. So even if you're not in that first group that is captured by these mandatory reporting disclosures, you're more than likely going to be captured if those organisations are in your value chain, and also that role of assurance in increasing the trustworthiness of the reporting by organisations. So thank you very much. I'd now like to introduce our next speaker. We've got Tim Wheeler joining us from the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. He's a manager there in the strategic research programs, and he's going to talk to us about the finance trends for urban development and net zero. So thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Angelina. And thank you also to Bill and Dylan for those really insightful presentations. I think you've really laid some excellent context for some of the areas that I'm going to discuss now. I should mention as well, just briefly, that the slides that I submitted were submitted before the conclusion of COP29, which of course had a very strong focus on the finance side of things. And it culminated in the agreement of a new collective quantified goal, which is effectively rich countries pledging to provide at least 300 billion annually by 2035 to developing countries. The agreement also calls for parties to work towards unleashing a total of 1.3 trillion a year. And a lot of that, I think, will be delivered through private financing. And that's a key area of contention that I think needs to be unpacked some more around how much of this will be grants, how much of it will be concessional finance, how much of it will be delivered in various advantageous ways to the developing nations. But I'll park that for now. Just very quickly, for those who may not be aware of the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, we are effectively Australia's green investment bank. We have access to $30 billion from the Australian government to invest in the energy transition as a whole. So everything from renewables and solar and wind farms to the poles and wires. We have a $19 billion Rewiring the Nation fund. And then we also have a general portfolio that we apply to things like buildings and alternative fuels and the like. Here is just an overview of our investment to date. So as of June 2024, the total transaction value that we've delivered has been just shy of $60 billion with a private sector leverage of 3 to 1. We have total lifetime commitments for the CEFC of just under 15 billion. And some of those are spread into specialist funds like the Household Energy Upgrade Fund that aims to improve the energy performance of existing homes. In the property sector specifically, which I think is probably most of interest to people here today, we've invested about 2.3 billion as of September. The spread is across both commercial and residential, with office and build to rent being the largest sectors in both of those subcategories. But we also have investments in retail, hotels, build to sell type apartments, seniors living, and across the board. The way that we try to invest is to ensure that we're a couple of steps ahead of common practice in the market. So we're not looking for, an idealized passive house for those who might be across it, grid independent type building. We're looking for something that is commercially rigorous, a business model that can be replicated across the economy, and we aim to influence the broader sector by taking these types of approaches. We invest using debt, equity, and many things in between. So project debt is about 411 million to date, with corporate debt and commercial real estate debt funding also coming in there. And in the equity side, we have pooled funds and also club funding with a slight bias towards the pooled funds. So we have a strong commitment and a strong stake in the property sector, as we see it as a key area that's necessary to be addressed in Australia's decarbonisation journey. So looking briefly at the Australian sustainable debt issuance. So a lot of this flows from some of the work that Dylan was describing just before. So the disclosure and the reporting of sustainability achievements is key to the finance sector being able to distinguish between the levels of achievement of different players in the property sector. So if we look at labelled debt and ESG ETFs or exchange traded funds, that would be, in sort of narrow terms, how we would describe the sustainable finance market. And within the sustainable debt market, you can see there are a lot of different types of instruments with different goals associated to them. So you've got green bonds, with a take on environmental sustainability or social bonds that have more of a people-centered approach to what they're trying to achieve, all the way down to things like transition loans, which is a way of working with high-emitting sectors at this point to seek to reduce their emissions over time and include them in the journey towards net zero. There was a bit of a peak in 2021 on green investment, and we've seen that sort of stagger and go down a little bit since then. A lot of government spending around COVID could be the reason for that peak in 2020 and 2021. So focusing then on just the green bonds market from an Australian scale, these are often used as a tool to deliver sustainable outcomes in the built environment in particular. And you see that there is an increase in the delivery of these types of instruments over time, with 2023 being the highest year on record. And the indications for 2024 is that we'll be surpassing that as well. So we have a good amount of momentum building in domestic and offshore green bonds issuance. They can be used across different outputs in the built environment. So energy efficiency and generally the energy performance of a building is a key one. Green construction, so everything from that Scope 3 embodied carbon perspective that is necessary to tackle as well. And then Importantly, and something that's probably been underdone in Australia to date, is the adaptation conversation, ensuring that our built environment is resilient to protect inhabitants in more extreme climate scenarios as we go forward. We do have a significant advantage over other jurisdictions who are also competing for the same capital as us on the world stage. But these two rating tools in particular, the National Australian Built Environment Ratings System, NABERS, and Green Star, which is hosted by the Green Building Council of Australia. Both of these tools are very robust, supported by industry and government, and importantly, they contain a third-party certification in the outcomes that they find. And so if you are the manager of a real estate investment trust or the like, you can agglomerate findings that are delivered through these tools and present them in a very robust way internationally through reporting schemes like, the Dow Jones Sustainability Index or the Global Real Estate Sustainability Benchmark, GRESB, which have traditionally been used by the real estate sector to report on sustainability achievements. A quick plug for our Australian players while I'm here is that they do tend to top global indices like GRESB in the commercial sector. Our residential sector has some catching up to do, but in the commercial space, we genuinely have world leaders in the Australian economy. And as a result, we do tend to see good investment internationally into our real estate. This has been covered by the two previous speakers, so I won't spend a lot of time on it. But this is, I think, an important part of Australia's journey towards net zero, is just having consistent, comparable disclosure of sustainability performance across different organisations. From the Sustainable Finance Roadmap that the government has put in place, there are probably three key things that really stand out, which is, as Dylan said, the climate-related financial disclosure, the Sustainable Finance Taxonomy, which covers 6 sectors, including the built environment, and provides technical specifications for them. They're actually open for consultation now, so if anybody is a particular connoisseur of the built environment, I'm sure they would appreciate more feedback. And then, extremely importantly, avoiding greenwashing and green hushing through enhanced compliance efforts as well. Given who we are, I just wanted to give a few quick examples of some of the work that the CEFC has done. So to see green finance in action, in particular in WA. So we committed 120 million in debt finance to the hosts of this wonderful forum. And this was used to deliver some world-class facilities with very high sustainability credentials. In particular, the achievement of the 6-star Green Star communities, which is the highest rating delivered by the GBCA. Was a significant achievement. The decarbonisation vision to equip buildings with natural light and ventilation, make them extremely thermally efficient. So the more you can do passively, the better it is. And no less than 600 kilowatts of solar installed. So very significant sustainability achievements. We were also very involved with the Kwinana plant, which is a major energy from waste plant that many of you on the call today may be aware of. It provides sustainable energy to local homes around WA, while diverting approximately 25% of Perth's waste from landfill. So it's a significant gain, both from a circular economy perspective, but then also from a clean energy one. So in practice, this will divert 460,000 tonnes of waste per annum and deliver 38 megawatts of baseload as well. And finally, this is another commitment from the CEFC, which was an investment of $75 million in a cornerstone investment with Mirvac Properties. This was a build-to-rent venture, and the CEFC coming on board We have internal expertise on sustainability, and so we were able to agree on an outcome whereby the project would target a minimum of 7.5 stars. So on the NATO's rating, that's above code, and also would be net zero carbon emissions in operation. So very sustainable, good for occupants who benefit from lower utility bills and improved health outcomes, and good for sustainability outcomes at the same time. That's it from me. So please feel free to reach out if there's anything that we can help with. My contact details are on the screen, and I look forward to the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Tim, for that really great, insightful talk about the finance trends for urban development and net zero. And hello, everyone, and welcome to those of you joining us now for the Net Zero Certification Forum and this panel discussion on global trends and Australia's response. My name is Hugh Finn. I am the technical lead for the certification pathway in the Pathways to Net Zero Precincts project. I'm delighted to be joined today by our two panel members, Dylan Byrne, who's a partner in tax and advisory at BDO, and Tim Wheeler, who is the manager strategic research programs for the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. Dylan and Tim, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for your presentations earlier. And just a quick note coming from North America to wish a happy Thanksgiving to everyone, and just how important it is to take these moments to say thanks, and also to think about working together and what we can do as we all transition towards net zero. So just to unpack a little bit of the of your two presentations, and also Bill Hare's talk to set the sort of global context. In her opening to the forum, Angelina Bowden-Jones discussed the developing framework, both in Australia and globally, for the ground rules for net zero. And Dylan, you mentioned those ground rules in the context of the new mandatory disclosure requirements. And Tim, you mentioned briefly Australia's sustainable finance roadmap. I'll probably go to Dylan first, but could both of you discuss how you think those ground rules for net zero will develop further in Australia, particularly in relation to the built environment, and how certification could help, that third-party assurance, could help companies navigate those ground rules? Over you to Dylan.
Thanks, Hugh. Very good question, and I guess it's where it all comes together, isn't it? You've got these pieces of information in isolation. For the space that I'm in, I keep coming back to the quality of the information that's going to be available with a much stronger set of rules around it, and how that then means that data flowing into net zero calculations, or even more before that, as companies or organizations plan for the future, looking at their climate risks, looking at the risks to their business of not adapting, not getting ready for changes that are coming their way. And having that, I know it's a bit boring and a bit nerdy, but having that assurance framework around it, I don't think can be underestimated. And I think there's a fair bit of trust in that process, and I think that's going to give participants a lot more comfort around that the numbers are right, as well as the actual actions that are being taken to get to that net zero number.
And I think, Dylan, just to extend on a little bit, we're really in a transition plan in terms of those ground rules with the new climate-related disclosures. And as I think your presentation really framed very well, there's a learning curve here for everyone to understand what's required, and particularly those smaller players who will be coming on train in terms of those climate-related disclosures in a couple of years' time.
That's right.
Tim, over to you. Just in terms of those ground rules for net zero, and perhaps from a finance perspective, how you might see that roadmap developing further.
Yeah, absolutely. And happy Thanksgiving to you. I think there are some evolving perspectives in this sector. We had a few participants in the property sector who were ahead of their time, in 2015, 2016, declaring that they had reached net zero. And that, of course, was applied to scopes 1 and 2 at the time, which was seen as the main ones under the control or the influence of the property corporations. More and more, as has been, I think, raised a few times, scope 3 is going to be a larger and larger part of that discussion. So estimates from Lend-Lease was that their scope 3 emissions were over 90% of the emissions that they would be looking into. So this is it's the largest and the most nebulous group of emissions that need to be addressed. So I think the focus from government and from the adoption of the IFRS standards is terrific, because once you start measuring something, then I believe you start managing that as well. So the CEFC and the Green Building Council released a paper recently on seeking guidance around how the property sector can start reporting in a uniform way on the scope 3 emissions, because there are many schools of thought, and none of them are right and wrong, but they do end up being very hard to compare. If, say, one organization takes an area of control and the other one takes an area of influence boundary to what they're doing, that makes it extremely hard to compare from the finance sector, and who are ultimately the target of the disclosures, so that they can make sustainable investments. So we look forward to putting some boundaries around that, and to really having comparable and internationally relevant reporting when it comes to property sector emissions. And just the final thing that I would say as well is that the property sector makes up 23% of Australia's emissions and uses half of our electricity. It is a really significant sector. And I think too often the focus is on the supply side of the narrative of building more renewables and decarbonising the grid, when there are significant and much cheaper opportunities to reduce demand from the property sector, and make it flexible to use energy at the time when renewables are being produced in the grid. So it's a multifaceted approach, but I think we're heading in the right direction.
Thanks very much, Tim. And and I think that really touches on something in terms of that was talked in the earlier presentations today, about the significance of Australia's transition to net zero and the built environment, and the critical and getting it right, not only from greenfield development, but also from an infill and a renovation perspective. And Dylan, then just to go and I guess to put a little sort of the tires on the road of how these ground rules kind of play out, particularly in the context of a precinct. So a key challenge for many companies, developers and the like, working in this area is that, put simply, your emissions often overlap or are entangled, intertwined with my emissions. And this is particularly so within a precinct scale development, which by its nature has different developers and different buildings and the like. So in working with a client who wanted to make a net zero commitment in a precinct context, could you comment just a little bit on what approach, how you might sort of think your way through that?
Yeah, you're giving me the hard questions today, Hugh. I think it's really relevant. And I think one of the underlying challenges we've got is that all these new standards, as good as they are, and we've said how much of an improvement they're going to give, they apply to corporate entities. And we look at the boundaries and we look at the completeness of the data, and we have that ring fence to kind of go, well, everything inside that boundary I look at as an auditor or as a measuring and collecting the data. So I think when it comes to precincts, it's going to be a little bit harder. Just speculating, and I guess it depends on the size of the participants in the precinct as well, because you're still going to have a lot of organisations who are below that threshold, who will never have to, under the current phasing in, they'll never have to report a sustainability report. But you're going to have a whole lot of people who do have to do it. They're going to have the data available, and hopefully that is a trigger or a catalyst for them going, well, if I have to do this measurement, then I'm a bit more willing to share that information with people around me. And if I think back to stories that I've heard over the years, that precinct, that cooperation is probably the most encouraging stories you can hear of, right? Because if people try and do something on their own, there's only so much they can do. But if they talk to their neighbour and say, "Hey, I've got this waste, can you do something with it?" and this whole circular economy, and to me, that's where there's massive amounts of upside. But you still need the data behind it. So hopefully these standards do kind of open up people's willingness to be a little bit more open and transparent about what they're doing, not seeing it as a something to be guarded or to be ashamed of or whatever the case might be, but as a bit more proactivity about it.
Thanks very much, Dylan. And yeah, it is a complexity, and I think it's the thinking through in a precinct context where you have that layering of entities and interests and emissions, and a lot of work to think that through. Tim, just to return to something which you had discussed in your presentation and have touched on as well, and I guess speaking, but particularly not only from your perspective within the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, but just generally from a financier perspective, how important it or how relevant it is in the decision making about whether to fund a project are those sustainability and net zero certifications, that third party assurance?
Yeah, great question. I think from our perspective, given our mandate, we are a green investment bank. They are absolute. So we would not invest, say, in the property sector simply to make a return. We see the ESG credentials of what we invest in, and the need to go above and beyond to secure financing from the CEFC as essential. It's I think different depending on the mandate and the objectives of the organisation that are looking into it. But I think that the fact that we are going to get transparency across the industry through this international IFRS approach is going to start really shifting things quite significantly, because we will be able to see where people are making significant efforts to reduce their emissions, where perhaps that's not happening as much. And I think there are expectations from the market, from shareholders, from investors that efforts are put into delivering better sustainability outcomes. And so I think that, this is going to be a very important and very good step forward.
Thanks very much, Tim. And to build on, I guess, the concept of integrity, but also returning to Angelina's concept of that net zero ecosystem, is voluntary commitments are really critical for our transition to net zero. And we heard Bill Hare discuss about that, there's a lot of research now that if you look under the hood, a lot of, at least internationally, a lot of these corporate net zero commitments, they don't stack up. So just perhaps briefly for both of you, I'll start with Dylan. But what are your views for those voluntary net zero commitments? What are the key elements, do you think, in ensuring the integrity of those commitments? So over to you, Dylan.
Yeah, I think as I said earlier, I think a lot of it is around the data, and this scope 3 is just to completely reiterate what Tim said earlier. For a lot of businesses, or if you think about an accounting firm, our scope 1's about this small and our scope 3's this big. And so when we do our carbon footprint, which we do, it's a completely different exercise than looking at your power bills or your diesel bills. So I think it's having really good data, and we're seeing more and more good software come out that you can do precinct or you can do multi-sites. So, I think that's going to be really, really valuable in terms of capturing the data in real time, as opposed to coming back 12 months later and saying, "Oh, where's that invoice that we needed," or whatever. I think just having that stick as well, that have that stick overhanging that it's a Corporations Act report that you're reporting under, and you don't want to get it wrong.
Well, thanks very much, Dylan. I recall a law metaphor, which is that something can be both a sword and a shield, and in some sense, the third-party certification, the third-party assurance can be both. It can be advantageous from meeting climate-related disclosures and greenwashing, but also from a commercial perspective, can be really helpful. And Tim, over to you.
Yeah, I think absolutely. So the CEFC, we've just undertaken our climate reporting, and we looked into Scope 3 as well. We sort of are trying to lead as much as we can, even though it's not mandatory. And our Scope 3 emissions made up 99.8% of our emissions. And this is simply because they're pitted against our Scope 1 and 2 corporate emissions, which are very low indeed. So I think this is a very important topic to focus on, and people's Scope 3 emissions, if you follow them back far enough, are somebody else's Scope 1 emissions. And so if you have a focus both on the Scope 1 and the sort of up the supply chain, and then also try and influence the demand that is generated further down the supply chain, it's I think a multifaceted approach that is warranted given the urgency of the climate crisis.
Thanks so much, Tim. And thank you for you both for your insight and your real thoughtfulness in terms of thinking about the global context and Australia's policy responses and how that sort of can work out in a precinct phase. And thank you to you all. We'll break now for a 15-minute break and come back to our final session of the day. So thanks very much. Take care and have a nice break.
Everybody, and welcome back to our last session for the day in our Net Zero Precinct Certification Forum. In the session this afternoon, we're going to be talking about Net Zero Precincts in practice, and I'll be just like to introduce Professor Josh Byrne, who is our Dean of Sustainable Futures here at Curtin University, who is also the Chief Investigator for the Pathways to Net Zero Precincts. Josh is going to talk to us about practice-oriented research for the transition to net zero precincts. So over to you, Josh.
Thanks, Angelina, and hello, everyone. So in this presentation, I'm going to be sharing a bit about the research project that we are running as part of the Race for 2030 CRC Pathways to Net Zero research, but really focus on the practical aspects of that. So how do we sort of take some of the things that we've been hearing through the earlier part of this forum and test them, if you like, in real-world case studies in partnership with industry. But also realising that our research sits within an innovation ecosystem that is broader than this industry, also includes government, wider community, and of course research. So we're applying what we call a living laboratory methodology, where we are literally putting our research into these real-world spaces, and we've selected a range of case studies that span residential, mixed-use, and light industrial precincts, so sort of three broad typologies to get a sense of how the urban fabric can be broken down into these sort of precincts. And what we want to do is really understand learnings from these precincts at their different stages of development. So what I mean by that is some of our precincts are in the planning phase, some of the precinct case studies are in construction, and some are already in operation. And that provides a very rich environment for us to identify challenges or barriers, introduce interventions, and capture those learnings in a very tight time frame. This project only has an initial time frame of 3 years, and as we know, precincts and built environment projects more broadly can take many years to deliver. So that's why we've designed the project this way. And then finally, what we're wanting to do is to make sure this knowledge is shared as quickly as possible, so as close to real time as possible, to accelerate the adoption and scaling of net zero strategies within the built environment. And we've chosen precincts because precincts really are a terrific scale to work at. They're a scale that's big enough to make impact, but also a scale that's small enough to be nimble. It's also the scale that we often see urban regeneration happening. And so we have a working definition of precincts, which is drawn from earlier work that we've done here at Curtin University with a former CRC for low carbon living. I guess the definition that we use for urban precincts is a unified area of urban land with a clearly defined boundary. It might be synonymous with a neighbourhood or district. And typically we see both a combination of public and private land and shared infrastructure and or shared governance overlays as well. And of course, we're not starting at the ground floor. There's been some fantastic work that we can draw on, very rigorous work. And one of the key bits of work that's been done in this space is the Green Building Council of Australia's Net Zero Precincts Roadmap. And through that process, which had a lot of involvement from industry and academia, a series of net zero precinct principles have been established. And these are a really good starting place for us to get an understanding of what are net zero precinct attributes and how do these align with key principles, which include things like building with lower upfront emissions, so reducing those embodied emissions through materials and through design, highly efficient, of course, walkable and livable, and this is important so we can reduce transport energy in the places are better to spend time in, being fossil fuel free, so eliminating fossil gas, for example, from the fuel supply for buildings and precincts and going all electric, powered by renewables, both locally integrated renewables and potentially grid renewables as well, and then finally any offsets using high quality nature-based offsets, keeping in mind the very important discussion that's been happening at the moment, both coming out of COP29, but also what we've been discussing today around some of the limitations with offset. So the focus really is through that design, the materials, efficiency and renewables as we look towards net zero precinct. So case studies that we have, I've just selected some of the local Perth-based case studies. That's where I'm based, of course, but we also have case studies in South Australia, in Victoria, and some case studies framing up in New South Wales as well. But a snapshot of some of the case studies here across the wider Perth and Peel metropolitan area. We have the Alkimos Central mixed-use case study site, which is a large transit-orientated development, master planned development, which is underway at the moment. So very much in the early delivery phase. The Roe Highway Logistics Park by Hesperia. The Knutsford Urban Regeneration Precinct that I'll focus on in some detail. We have the Peel Business Park by Dev WA down in the Peel district. Rivermark by Hesperia. Residential development, the Curtin Bentley campus as an example of a mixed-use precinct, and also this concept of net zero corridors, which I'll explore a bit shortly. So through this process of identifying key interventions and barriers for investigation, we have these 4 synthesis pathways, which allow us to try and frame and communicate both research questions, but also how this knowledge can be shared. So urban design strategies, community energy resources and grid integration, governance practices, and certification. Let me dive into one of the case studies to give you an example of how this works. So this is the Knutsford Urban Regeneration Precinct, which is in the city of Fremantle, about 5 kilometres as the crow flies from the Freo port. And it's made up of 2 structure plans, the Knutsford Street East Structure Plan and the Swanbourne Street Structure Plan, which is to the west, you can see there. And just for interest, the WDV project by Development WA, which was, I guess, an early leader project in looking at the transition towards net zero precinct is just nearby. And there's some important early lessons from that. Within this wider precinct area, we have East Village as a sub-precinct, which is one of our case studies. And then the idea is we'll take learnings from this precinct, which is partially built, partially occupied, and the final stage is still being delivered. So really active learning from that, which then will feed into the planning of the Swanbourne Street Structure Plan. So there's an example of how we have this trajectory of learnings from existing projects to ones that are underway to ones being implemented. Now, I should say that all the case studies that I've touched on in that previous slide, none are certified net zero precincts. They all have different, I would probably describe them best as net zero precinct attributes. And so we've selected these because there are key points or items that are of value to investigate and see how they work and see how they can be applied more broadly. Most of them are using a third-party certification scheme, either Green Star or Enviro Development or One Planet Living. Of course, all the residential developments need to use the National Housing Energy Rating Scheme. So we are certainly drawing on learnings from those particular certification schemes, but it's what we take from for key elements across these projects. Here you can see East Village in the foreground. It's a 1.5 hectare precinct. It's a brownfield site. All of the Knutsford area is former light industrial or light industrial in transition. The East Village project consists of 36 townhomes. These townhomes are all designed to be high performance buildings, 7.5-star minimum NatHERS. They're designed to reduce embedded emissions through things like reverse brick veneer walls, the use of timber frame where possible, the use of brick where we need mass, all designed to be climate responsive, of course, all electric. And you can see some of the landscaping around the perimeter there to look at strategic shading as well, in this case, the western aspect or western elevation. There's also an apartment building called Montreal Commons, which was delivered by a private developer, 39 apartments, all electric, again, highly spec'd apartments to be very energy efficient with good quality double glazing, highly efficient electric appliances designed for good cross ventilation and so forth. Again, you can see the landscaping here is an important theme. Landscaping to ensure that there is good walkability opportunities, that there is a high quality public realm, which can also be seen in this slide. So shared street here, which runs down the middle of the precinct, still used for light vehicle traffic, but really encouraging walkability, rideability over vehicle use, and being clear to how public realm is used. The inclusion also of public electric vehicle charging. The dwellings themselves of the 36 townhomes, as I mentioned, all electric, climate responsive, and also connected to a precinct microgrid with a 670 kilowatt hour battery. That's designed so the homes use solar energy as it's generated, obviously behind the meter, but then post the meter connected into the battery. So they all jointly charge that battery and have access to that energy when the house demand exceeds generation on site. All the modelling work's been done to understand where the energy savings are and the emissions reductions are. Overall, the modelling suggests a 90% reduction in typical fossil fuel generated energy, and then that last 10% supplied by certified green energy from the grid, and overall a net zero emissions profile. All the homes are wired up to an embedded network for monitoring, and this is used for billing purposes within the microgrid, also for data analytics, so fault testing can be done, but also for capturing data if it's part of that certification process to see if the homes are actually working within their renewable energy budget, and also helping to inform whether or not the initial modelling assumptions were correct, understanding as designed versus as built and as operated, providing, again, very rich research opportunities. I should also say there's an embedded water network as well, with rainwater harvesting at the lot scale and a shared bore, with a focus on emissions reduction as well, given the high emissions content of mains water here in Perth. So moving beyond this, it's one thing to look at a particular precinct and you would get a sense of some of the energy-related and technology-related learnings that come from understanding how these homes operate within an embedded network, understanding some of the governance implications of how that infrastructure is managed. We're also exploring, as part of the Community Energy Resources and Grid Integration Research Pathway, what are the opportunities to actually have that shared battery available for virtual sharing beyond the immediate precinct, especially given there is a staged delivery timeline for East Village. The actual battery and microgrid has been designed for all 36 townhomes, but of course it takes time to deliver those. So the first tranche is ready, but there is a time lag until the next one. So how can these assets, which are installed up front as part of the capital works, be utilised for surrounding grid services or virtual trading with adjacent buildings? So really, really rich there. But we want to go beyond that and to go, okay, well, how do we start to inform scenario planning for new projects? So we have a tool under development, which is called Envision Tomorrow Australia, or ETOS, where we're adapting a US-based scenario modelling tool for Australian conditions. And we're populating this with locally suitable, highly efficient building prototypes and development types based on the types of case study typologies that I touched on earlier. And that allows us to test scenarios working within a GIS interface. And then what we can do is start to see how do we scale up. And one example is moving from precincts to corridors. And so through the use of the Envision Tomorrow Australia tool, we can start to take the learnings from these different precinct case studies, put together these net zero typologies, and then look at modelling along key growth corridors, particularly around infill and urban regeneration corridors, to see how we can incorporate mid-tier electric transport to improve the livability and also development value of these projects. And then to wrap up, we need to share this knowledge as quickly as possible as it's happening. So the knowledge sharing platform for the Net Zero Precincts project includes our website, videos, forums such as this one, with future forums across each of the pathways, industry guidance via practice notes, and of course, all underpinned by robust academic publications. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Josh, for the overview of the project and the role the case studies are going to play as our research progresses and we explore. This is one of the very many pathways to net zero. Just thank you also to everybody for all of your comments and questions that you've been putting into the chat so far. We please still encourage you to do so. We still have another 2 speakers to go before we get to the final panel session. So please put any questions into there for those speakers. I'd now like to introduce Rob Campbell, who is the Technical Group Lead at Circlos, who is going to speak to us about applying LCA tools to precincts. So welcome, Rob.
Thanks very much, Angelina. Yep, appreciate that. Okay, just waiting on the slides to come up.
We should only be a few more minutes, everybody.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks very much. So yes, as Angelina said, I'm the group leader of technical services at Circlos, and I'm a specialist in lifecycle assessment, and I'll be presenting on applying lifecycle assessment tools to precincts. I will just pay my respects to members of the Aboriginal communities and their cultures, and to their elders past and present, as I'm sure, as I know many people have today. So just by way of introduction to Circlos, for those of you that don't know us, we're a Perth-based company, and we're a global leader in lifecycle assessment and in lifecycle assessment software. We actually have a presence not just in Australia, but in the UK, in New Zealand and in Brazil. And from those locations, we can essentially service the entire world. We provide the software products eTool and Rapid LCA, which enable and facilitate teams to design and deliver sustainable outcomes in the built environment. So what is lifecycle assessment? Well, in a nutshell, lifecycle assessment is a science-based process for evaluating the environmental impacts of a product or a process or an asset over its entire life cycle. So that's everything from the raw materials, their extraction, processing, manufacturing, the distribution or their transport impacts, their actual installation or construction impacts, their use and the use phase, and their end of life or disposal phases. So trying to capture everything. Ideally, it's circular. It's not always, but we are trying to capture the impacts of all of those phases as part of the life cycle. The primary goal of life cycle assessment, though, is actually twofold. It's firstly to evaluate, but equally importantly, it is secondly to identify and actually improve the outcomes. So improvement is actually integral to life cycle assessment. It's not just about measuring. So why do we want to focus on life cycle assessment? Well, there are a few reasons. Firstly, it's a credible thing. It's not just something we made up. It is actually backed by a whole series of international standards. So there are ISO standards and there are EN standards, which sit behind life cycle assessment. It's really useful for measuring and addressing life cycle carbon. So obviously in the context of net zero, carbon is a key focus, and life cycle assessment is a really effective way of measuring and addressing that. It's flexible and it's adaptable as well, in that it responds to local conditions, it responds to local climate, it responds to local grids, so it can give you a really accurate picture of what you're working on, no matter where it is. So LCA tools, these are the two tools that we provide at Circlos. We have our flagship tool, which is eTool, and we also provide our mobile app, Rapid LCA. Rapid LCA is a cut down and streamlined version of eTool, so it's built on the same platform, but it's simplified in that it's a very streamlined process, and it's designed so that it can be done, it's mainstream ready, so it can be used by essentially everyone or anybody. You don't need to be a life cycle assessment expert, and you don't need to be trained in the software. Basically anybody can pick it up and conduct a life cycle assessment for a house. It is targeted specifically at the housing market, so small houses and small residential developments, but essentially anybody can use it, and that's the goal. So in terms of eTool, it's a comprehensive life cycle assessment modeling package. It can be used to model anything, basically anything in the built form, anything from a small building through to a large commercial or industrial or public civic building, and even large civil infrastructure works, railway lines, train stations, and the like. Think these kinds of things. Again, it is aligned to international standards, and it provides a high resolution view of whole of life carbon and indeed whole of life cost of assets and projects in the built form. And through that, it facilitates delivering optimized sustainability and low carbon solutions, and hopefully assisting people to reach net zero. So why LCA, and how do we use it to decarbonize construction? Well, it's a multi-step process. The first step, of course, is to measure. So you need to create a model, which is your starting place for then working towards net zero. And that can be done in a number of ways. You can take the input data from plans, from structure plans, if you're working on a development, or from cost plans, or indeed schedules, and you can build up a model, a life cycle assessment model of your starting place using that data. That's step one. Step two is then to understand those impacts. So analysing that model to understand where the environmental hotspots are, so that you know what you need to target. So that's where we devise strategies for optimising and improving the outcomes. And that leads us to step three. So step three is, of course, testing those out. And this is all integral to life cycle assessment and is all facilitated through LCA softwares. You can conduct the modelling of the different options and the different scenarios to identify which ones are going to produce the best outcomes, which are going to reduce the carbon the most, and indeed which ones are going to be the most cost effective. So it can be used for creating cost abatement curves, and indeed for decision making and business case purposes, so that limited capital can be deployed in the most efficient way in order to reduce carbon as effectively as possible. Of course, reporting is very important. When we talk about reducing carbon, we need to be able to actually demonstrate what we've done. So life cycle assessment does that. It's very data based. So producing reports which demonstrate reductions is straightforward when it comes to life cycle assessment. And indeed, it does facilitate reporting of scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, as have been discussed throughout today. And in fact, scope 3 emissions, I know, are a particular challenge, and life cycle assessment is particularly good at filling the gap that other people find with scope 3 emissions. So very useful there. We've also got here collaboration. Now that's not really a step. It sort of sits over the top of everything, but it's here because life cycle assessment is a really good platform for facilitating collaboration between what are often quite complex and diverse teams delivering large projects in the built form. You're going to have a lot of different stakeholders, designers, engineers, maybe land developers or project managers, and they can all come together around a life cycle assessment, understand the data together, and use that to devise the best outcomes and indeed decide on what will be the most effective path forward. So in terms of applying LCA to precincts, we see a couple of challenges in this area. Certainly, life cycle assessment has been used in the built form for many years now. We've been around as a company for over 14 years now, and indeed life cycle assessment has been used for assessing buildings and large civil infrastructure projects for a long time, and so it is well established in that space. But it's only very recently that we've started to see precinct level interest in life cycle assessment and how it can be applied. So what we find is the first challenge is knowledge gaps actually in the life cycle assessment application, and that comes from two sort of areas. Now, I've got the term here, templates. So I think just to briefly explain how we use the term templates certainly in eTool and in this life cycle assessment software, templates represent essentially components that go into the precinct or whatever it is you're working on. So you might have a template for a road, which would include all of the elements that build up that road. You'll have a subgrade, you'll have a subbase, an intermediate layer, and a wear layer. All of the materials that are associated with those will be included in that template, along with their transport impacts, and indeed the construction effort itself of laying each of those layers and finishing the road. So what we find with precincts is there are two challenges with the templates. The first is that the assumptions that have been made that sit behind the templates, they're applicable to buildings and they might be applicable to large-scale infrastructure, but they may not necessarily translate directly into a precinct concept. So there's this assumption gap that we need to fill, firstly. Secondly, precincts have unique aspects to them that aren't necessarily considered if you're just looking at a building or indeed a railway station or something like that. So again, we have this template gap as well. So the solution is actually relatively straightforward. It's simply collaboration. So this is something we're actively doing at the moment. At CERCLOS, we're working with land developers. We're actually working with the Urban Development Institute of Australia here in WA. And we're starting with a gap analysis on our template library in order to fill in that gap and make sure that all of the templates that are needed to assess and drive precincts down to net zero are available. And we're also, as part of that same process, we're consulting with engineers and delivery partners to interrogate the underlying assumptions with our templates to make sure that they're actually applicable to the land development and precinct space. So the second challenge, though, is that precincts are complex. They're actually very complex. You often have a number of different elements that go into a precinct, and indeed they're often delivered by different stakeholders, and they may even be delivered at different times, or they are actually delivered at different times. So, for example, the civil infrastructure is going to be delivered first up by the land developer, but that's going to be well ahead of, say, the land being released for residential buildings, and indeed commercial buildings may come somewhere down the track. You may also have developer contributions which may indeed have a local government involvement. So you're going to have different stakeholders at different times delivering all of these different elements. So the solution to that is firstly to start early in the process. You want to integrate life cycle assessment into your precinct planning at a very early stage, right at the outset. And secondly, you want to consider each of these elements individually, and you want to evolve your approach over time as the development progresses. So, as I said, when it comes to the civil infrastructure, we often have very detailed plans on that right at the beginning of the process, so we can model that in a lot of detail right at the start. When it comes to, if we're talking about a residential development, you know, the houses aren't going to be delivered until later, but at the early stage, what we can do is we can actually model the houses based on representative typologies using Rapid LCA. We can use that to build up a picture of the overall precinct and its emissions, the relative emissions of the different areas. And indeed, we can do the same with any commercial buildings that'll be in the precinct, industrial buildings, and developer contributions. We can use that to identify where the hotspots are, which elements need to be targeted, how they can be targeted. So you might put in place targets on those things, or indeed design guidelines. And as time goes on, those models can be refined and updated within the overall precinct model, and progress can be tracked in order to see how close to net zero we're achieving. So that's the message. I think it's quite positive. We have the tools. We can push towards net zero if we apply this methodology, and I think it's there's a good pathway forward. So that's my time. Thank you very much. Hopefully that's been informative.
Thank you very much, Rob. That was a great explanation of LCA and how your tools can really help to fill those gaps that we've been speaking about today, and that work you've been doing to make it applicable at the precinct scale. So thank you very much. I'd like to warmly welcome our last speaker for today. We've got Mark Taylor joining us, who is the Sustainability Manager at Hesperia, and he's going to be speaking to us about the next steps towards certification of net zero urban precincts. So welcome, Mark, and over to you.
Thanks, Angelina, and thanks to Josh and Rob for their presentations. Really interesting. I'll just wait for the slide to come up. So I'm a Sustainability Manager at Hesperia. Hesperia is a WA-based property group, WA-based and focused. So most of our projects are around the Perth metro area or in WA at the most. Currently, we were established in 2020, so a pretty young group, but with some very experienced founders and very experienced people in the company working on our projects. We are a B Corp and we're a carbon neutral organisation. But today I'm going to run through more stuff that's more related to our projects, which is where probably our bigger impacts are and where we think about net zero most clearly. We've just started publishing net zero project reports, so I guess this is just going to be a little bit of a journey on how we got to the point where we were at least comfortable to start putting those kind of disclosures out there. All right. So I'm coming to you from Whadjuk Noongar land, and I'm acknowledging that culture, that living culture, and we're very sort of conscious of our, I guess, the fact that we're people who work with land, and we are very conscious of the custodians of that land and their living culture, as I say, and we're making efforts to make sure we're involving Noongar people in our work and in our projects. So this is just getting into, I guess, the net zero stuff. So this chart that hopefully you can see shows trajectories for our different typologies or the sectors we work in, I guess, the property sectors. So on the left-hand side, you've got where we are according to our latest measurements in FY24 in terms of carbon intensity for those 5 different main typologies. You've got the 2 land development types with the lowest numbers down there, but they're obviously the largest scale kinds of projects. And then the built form getting a bit more intensive with warehouses and industrial developments, then residential multi-res development, and the highest intensity there is the healthcare, which is kind of like a species of commercial development, tower developments. And what this is showing you is our, I guess, straight line trajectory to a target of 0 or practically 0 emissions by 2040. It shows roughly, I think it translates to something like 6% reduction per year in those intensities. So we plan each year to plot against this our actuals for the year. And obviously we're hoping that those lines come in below the lines that are shown here. If they start to creep above these lines, we'll have to take some corrective action. But to be honest, it's not like we sit down and say, how are we going to get our 6% this year? We're really trying to do everything we can about everything that we can in terms of carbon in our projects. And we're sort of trusting that approach will keep us below these lines and on track to the target, because there isn't really a clear pathway all the way to 0 in built form. But we know how to get started, and that's what we're doing. So this next slide's showing you sort of our overall footprint out to 2050. The yellow solid line there is current projects in our pipeline, and with the assumption that we track towards that 2040 target, how each year's emissions look for Hesperia. The red dotted line is including the idea that we might get a few more projects going over the next couple of decades, which, just quietly, if we don't, we won't be around anyway. So that's showing probably a more realistic footprint going forwards. And you can see on the right-hand side there that the pipeline is maybe 1.2 million tonnes of carbon equivalent, or 2 million of those projected additional projects, and getting down to a background level of something like 5,000 tonnes per year, which is just trying to be real about the fact that, these are buildings, they've got people in them, there's waste, there's sources of emissions that are not going to be, going to have to be offset, I guess, if they're going to be mitigated. The blue line is showing our sort of net zero position, which is currently reliant on offsets. So I guess what you're seeing is that from this year, we've already been offsetting all of our project footprints, upfront carbon, that is, and any operational emissions from our assets where we have the type of managerial control to do that. You can see there's a couple of bumps there where some of our projects haven't adopted the net zero approach yet, but we expect by 2030 that we'll be on track and at that background level of emissions with offsetting. But as I'll talk to as we go through the presentation, that's something we like everybody else, want to get away from as quickly as possible and into those real reductions. So hopefully that makes sense, but you can ask me questions about how we're going when question time comes around. So just a very brief history of how we got there. So you had Tim Wheeler speaking earlier from the CFC. One of the case studies in the Net Zero Precincts project that we're involved in, we're also financial supporters of the Net Zero Precincts project, so very pleased to be part of that. But one of our case study projects is the Road Highway Logistics Park. CFC invested in that project for a period of time early on, about $95 million. And as part of that investment, they set up an agreement with Hesperia and project owners around some low carbon outcomes, including renewable energy systems on the buildings, efficiency processes for the way they operate, but also this idea of zero carbon or net zero or carbon neutral upfront carbon constructions. And that really started to formulate the way that our overall project strategy has evolved. So that was a really important piece in the journey. We then, that was in 2021 that started. Also later in 2021, during the COP of that year, we signed up to the World Green Building Council's net zero carbon buildings commitment. And that's been another really important element in shaping how we sort of look at carbon, particularly upfront and operational carbon in our projects, and how we report. It's not as prescriptive as sometimes we'd like in terms of giving us really clear direction on what we should be doing, and I'll again talk to that a little bit later, but it's a really important thing, and I think, you know, it works both ways. It gives us a little bit of direction on what we should be doing, but also allows us to show some support for this kind of undertaking at a global level, I guess. So as I say, we've got to the point now where we've started publishing some reporting around the net zero process for projects. Unfortunately, I think I just noticed our website is under maintenance at the moment, so you can't actually see this page, but hopefully later today or by tomorrow, this will be back up and maybe looking a bit nicer as well. But down the bottom there, you see how we've started to publish on each project. So we've got the LCA that was done, and often using Rob's eTool that you were just hearing about, which is a great tool. We use other LCA platforms as well. The offset retirement certificates, so just showing that we've offset, verified offsets against each project. And then, because the LCA report is not always the most approachable thing for newcomers to net zero or to built form projects, we do our own kind of summary report, which I think is a pretty useful place to start if you're interested in what we're doing at the project level. Just also on this page, maybe a little hard to see there, but we've also, I guess in the spirit of a lot of what's been talked about in this forum, we've published a methodology on what we mean by net zero. So just acknowledging that we don't have a net zero certification as such on these projects. And there's still a lack of clarity about what everybody means. You know, net zero is just two words put together, really. But we've gone to some lengths to spell out what we mean, what the boundaries are, where we see our influence and where we don't, so that contextualizes these reports hopefully pretty clearly, and is hopefully a bit of a contribution to the conversation, of which this forum is obviously a very important milestone in. So yeah, I encourage you, once the website's back up again, to go and have a look at that. And I should also say a big thanks to Peter Newman for doing a really nice forward to methodology, which I think captures where things are at pretty well as well. I'm just going to have to move it along a bit as usual. The methodology maps out these things, the frameworks that we've got in mind, terminology that we're using. As I said, the way that the frameworks the reporting is done, who's responsible for what in terms of our delivery of net zero, how we see ourselves reflecting against some of the frameworks that are out there, GHG protocol, the scopes, etc. Our approach to offsetting, so we do 50% removals with biodiversity plantings, and to be honest, we see that as that biodiversity outcome as the more important aspect of our offsetting, but it also has some other impacts that I can talk to once we get into the conversation, and a bit of an FAQ on the common questions that come up a lot. We also publish every year a sustainability performance report, which is got a much broader take on our sustainability work. A lot of metrics. I think it's the FY24 report will be up in a week or so. And it's really worth a look if you're interested in what we're doing. But it also has some of that TCFD or now the ISSB level of risk reporting. We're not reportable, we're not captured under that framework so far, but we're just having a go at doing aligned disclosures regardless. So I think that might be interesting to have a look at as well, also on the website. We were working towards aligning our net zero position to Climate Active, and for the things that we are addressing most proactively, there's pretty good coverage, especially since Climate Active released its upfront carbon for buildings guideline for using the product standard, and obviously the buildings standard for operational carbon aspects of the built environment. So that's great, except that the ministerial review has meant that the future of these standards is a little uncertain. So that's a problem for us because there's a long lead time to get all that data together and start using these tools. So we're proceeding as if they're going to be available, but that's a bit of a concern at the moment about what the future of those standards is. And finally, just really around some of the things that we sort of are looking for in a net zero certification, essentially, but just guidance on the boundary setting so that, you know, as everyone's asked for, I think, during the day today, there's some transparency and an ability to compare people's net zero positions and disclosures. I think there is a need for benchmarks so that we can start to look at whether we are outliers and start to look at explaining why that might be in a given disclosure. Verification, particularly, I'm thinking in terms of where the data comes from and how assumptions have been made to fill gaps in that data. Really just, again, making sure that your reductions are reported against a reference building, but also maybe having benchmarks and trajectories to report that against. Offsetting is a big question and needs to be examined. What do we mean by net zero? That's the question of the day, I guess. I might go into that. We can talk about that. And transparency is just my last point, which is really, this is something we use a lot at work when we're going to report on something, that trying to make sure that we show the full scope of what transparency could be so that you can see the things that we are focused on and the things that we aren't. That's really the point it's trying to make. It's for someone coming in to look at that disclosure, it should be clear what you've included and also what you haven't. So that's just the point that's trying to make. All right, thanks for that.
Thank you, Mark. Thanks for that. You've certainly given us a lot of possible questions to go on with, and I'd like to go on with every single one of them. My name is Jane Bryant. I'm the Deputy Director of CUSP, Curtin University Sustainability Policy Institute, where we have been doing a lot of applied research in this space for a really long time. And the Net Zero Precincts project is fascinating. So we're within the School of Design and Built Environment, which means that we are also educating the next generation of future change agents to be working in this space, as well as researching it and doing this practice-based collaborative research. That's where I'd like to start with. So ideally, these certification tools would facilitate a collaborative process. And at the same time, we do have a lot of different interests that we need to collaborate with. So, for example, sometimes there are overlapping commercial interests or regulatory requirements. There's the challenges that have come up before around knowledge gaps and knowledge sharing and information. I was wondering, Josh, I'm going to throw to you for the first one. What factors enable or could enable entities to work together to implement net zero commitments in an urban precinct context? So how do we work through the complexity that we've been talking about and that Rob mentioned?
Well, I'm fortunate to have a foot both in the academic camp and also in the industry camp. So it's, for me, I've been lucky to work on a number of projects that have that have demonstrated a lot of leadership. I've also had the lack of fortune to work on some projects that don't over my 25 odd years in industry. So my simple answer to your very, very poignant question, Jane, is leadership. It comes down to a vision of the proponent and their ability to put together a good project team with a clear brief and to read the tea leaves of what is happening in the local community and wider society, and even if that means looking that little bit forward ahead. And if you look at the top tier proponents around the country, and this would certainly include Hesperia, well and truly amongst those who are doing leadership initiatives, that's what they do. It starts with leadership.
Nice, thank you. And you did kind of throw it to Mark. Mark, could you build off that for us?
Yeah, of course. That was very, very generous. Very generous to Josh. We do have a kind of ambition to be leaders in this space, and I think our starting point, to be honest, is just because we want to have a genuine impact. We acknowledge that our work can have negative environmental impacts. Generally, does have negative environmental impacts. Carbon and climate is certainly part of that, and we are looking to address that and show that there are commercially viable ways of responding to that challenge. It's also, I see it as part of my job internally to make sure that we are looking at all the value available from taking action, and that's really, I think, the key from my point of view. So we have, for example, a couple of sustainability linked loans now. So that's part of the sort of green bonds framework. That's bringing some value to our projects. We have value in terms of the way that we get approvals and the way that we're on the front foot in terms of regulatory and also more like planning expectations of what we do. We have investors who have their own kind of sustainability and net zero ambitions that we can show some alignment to and contribute to. And very importantly, as Josh was alluding to, it's the community. You know, people. I don't think it's only that they expect us to be proactive about this stuff. I think they kind of think we're already doing it. Sometimes to more of an extent than certainly our industry is, and so we feel very responsible to trying to pick that up and be delivering what people's expectations are, I guess, at the end of the day. Even though people can be very cynical about developers and they're very cynical about our disclosures and the things we say we're doing, and we just have to sort of take that on the chin and not let that just sort of put us off living up to their expectations, if I could put it that way.
Yeah, thank you. That's actually making me go back to something that Taylor said earlier, where he was talking about community awareness is quite high, but community knowledge is lower, and the need for us to bring the community along with us on the journey. And Rob, when you were talking about the knowledge gaps that there are in the e-tool, I was wondering, you were talking about templates and using it. I'm wondering the role of a template like that to facilitate knowledge sharing, communication, information flow. How does that facilitate collaboration in your experience?
Yeah, absolutely. I think within e-tool, we think the whole environment is quite collaborative. So indeed, we have a library of templates which is public. And indeed can be contributed to by sort of anybody in the community or anyone within the e-tool community, at least. So people can bring their knowledge into the platform. They can build templates using that knowledge, and that can actually be shared out to everybody else that is doing LCA using e-tool. So I think it is a really useful platform for doing that. And LCA definitely facilitates, I think, the sharing of knowledge. What would be really great is for project teams to be sharing the actual LCAs and the LCA models more broadly, albeit potentially in an anonymized way if they don't want to share, directly some of their IP, but so that teams can actually see what they've implemented, how they've achieved the outcomes that they've achieved, and indeed, other teams can take that up and see what's going to work for them. So I think there's a lot of opportunity, and indeed, starting with the libraries that we have is a really good place to begin.
Yeah, thank you. And you've kind of partially answered it. This is a question that did come from the audience. Are the current ecosystems of design, simulation, visualization, and analysis tools sufficient to navigate and impact the complex systems that host precincts? So I think probably to that question, I'd like to add on what more could support what we currently have in terms of these tools.
It's a tricky question, I guess. Within our platform, we do have analysis tools which are really quite powerful. So once you've got your model, you can actually interrogate it to a great degree to understand what's going on there. So from that perspective, the tools are already there. Where we can probably improve is helping people to actually get in the first place, and break down some of those barriers to starting on their life cycle assessment journey, because that first step is probably the hardest, sort of understanding what goes into a life cycle assessment and how to begin on that journey is the first challenge. We try to make it as easy as possible, but it is definitely a tricky thing to start on. But I think once you start down that path and you take that first step, it does sort of open up a whole realm of possibilities.
Thanks, Rob. So this is one again for you, Josh. Ideally, certification and allied rating tools would support and enable all aspects of a precinct life cycle: the design, the financing, environmental approvals, operation, renewal, decommissioning. What are the key practical obstacles here? Cost, information, continued evolution of tools. How do we do this?
Sure. So I think that at some stage in the not too distant future, we will see AI-based tools delivering a lot of what you've just described. This space is happening now, and it's moving very quickly. The current sort of landscape with the suite of tools that are available from BIM, through LCA modelling, through the multitude of scenario planning tools, they all do require knowledge to use them. They require the right information available to be put into the tools or models, and they also assume that things are built as intended, which we know that the difference between as designed, as built, and then as operated can vary so much. So I guess the first word of, caution that a tool, no matter how smart and sophisticated it is, can always be stuffed up by humans. And then also just in the way that we tend to deliver urban, sort of projects, is that they do run over a long period of time. Things change. People within organisations change. As we see at the moment, organisations go bust at a scary rate. So there's so many other factors here other than just the intelligent systems that we can lean on. That said, they are getting better and better, which is exciting. Ultimately, from my perspective, and where I think the research that we're doing at the moment through this Race to 2030 CRC project is, it's building capacity within practitioners, understanding where those real life lessons are coming from, to do projects better. And it's not as if there's a solution just around the corner, but there's a pretty clear trajectory on how to progress. The Envision Tomorrow Australia, or the ETLs tool that I touched upon briefly, is one of the main research activities in our project, which, by the way, people can find out more about the case studies and the research on the Net Zero Precincts website. But that's an example of a tool that is not just there as a decision support tool, it's also a platform for collaboration. Different stakeholders in the project can participate, from government, from finance providers, from the community, to actually work out what is the vision for the urban environment we want to live in, and then how do we deliver it. And hopefully part of that aspiration is also achieving the net zero, or even better, true zero outcomes where we can do that.
Nice, thank you. Mark, do you have any an opinion on this, the practical obstacles of the full life cycle of a net zero project?
Yeah, I mean, I guess from our point of view, the kind of barriers are more around, I guess, ownership and ability to influence. So the different stakeholders at different stages. So that's, I think, one of the reasons this upfront carbon modules A1 to A5 stuff has emerged, is because that makes sense in the context of the way we deliver projects. That's stuff that we can measure, that we have control over to some extent. It doesn't mean we can just wave a wand and wipe it away, which would be nice, but it means that we at least know what we're talking about. We know who's going to wear the costs of doing something about it. So that, that's the thing. Then when we hand over a building, even if we retain ownership of it, the tenant, for example, in an industrial building, runs the whole thing. I mean, it's designed for them. They have the electricity account. They do the waste management. Is sort of like, from our point of view, it makes no practical sense for us to somehow make them carbon neutral. It would be kind of like gross overreach. And this is kind of what our methodology is trying to explain. And I can see how from the outside you think, oh, well, you're getting rent from those guys, so that's part of your footprint. Of course it is. It's part of our downstream scope 3 footprint, but is not something we see us having any influence over. If we do something about those emissions, it sort of disincentivizes the tenant to take their own action. So, yeah, I mean, that's kind of, that sort of stuff is sort of one set of barriers, I guess. Different stakeholders, split incentives. That's a big part of what we've had to navigate in sorting out what we mean by net zero.
Nice. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Rob, and thank you, Josh. I'm going to hand over now to Professor Peter Newman to close out today's discussion.
I'm trying. There it is. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. How's that? Thank you very much for everyone. And, well, it's an incredible day and astonishing insights from a group of real leaders. And I am going to very quickly summarise. I've got 7 points and I'll make them in less than 5 minutes, believe me. We certainly, definitely are moving to a new regime of certification. It's on. It's going to build on that voluntary sector that we've globally produced a lot of new outcomes that are preferred in any kind of development process. The professional practice side of things that's been developed through, as we heard, the GBCA, the NABERS, EnviroDev and so on. But when moving to a more of a stronger assurance process, there's no doubt about that. And it is coming from the professional bodies globally, as well as governments. The certification has proven itself. This came through very strongly from Ryan and Tim, that it provides quality assurance, it enables approvals, it links design to performance, it accesses finance. So especially net zero finance is now worth $2 trillion worldwide. That's where we're up to. That's where the new economy has proceeded. And if you want to access that finance, then it's big, it's important. So the third point is that government and the regulatory approach is now stepping up with greenwashing as its main target. This came through very clearly. As Dylan Byrne said, seriousness has skyrocketed. And Australia is certainly part of that. they have recognised the greater value in reporting and certification. The announcements that we've just had this year, extraordinary stuff that has come out and is being backed federally and is flowing through. And from what Bill said, I would have thought that some of their own programs are now going to be under the hammer of their own quality assurance systems that are coming out, and particularly that safeguard approach, a safeguard mechanism, which Bill really got into, and our own states, Northwest Shelf, which is based mostly on offsets and meeting global. It's not going to meet the global standards that are emerging now. So the first state-sponsored greenwashing is likely to be under the pump as well. The fifth point is that Scope 3 is clearly now the agenda that's emerging, the focus of certification, and we need a lot of data, we need transparency and sharing and scenarios about what we do with it. And Dylan, Tim, Rob, Mark, we all heard from all of them about that dance that we're now entering. And Josh talked about the ETOS model, which is a scenario model, and it will help us in showing what kind of futures we could begin to model, as how much affordable housing, how much net zero in the different scenarios that we can be doing. And that will be available to us hopefully in 2025 as we get it going. We've got meetings next week with the Californians who are showing us how to do it. And number 6 was about offsets. Well, I started off by saying I really like the offsets in Gondwana Link, and got blown out of the water by Bill's statement that all the offsets are going. Well, the science of offsets may enable that to be a little bit tempered. There is a range of things underway that I am aware of in IPCC circles that are trying to show what good offsets can be done. We certainly need to get rid of the greenwashing offsets, and that's well underway. But as Mark said, biodiversity is a pretty good outcome, and if you can show that as part of your ESG outcomes, it's an important part of it. So maybe we're going to be balancing out that offset exercise that may not be quite as strongly about carbon as it is about being nature positive. And that nature positive agenda has to be part of this certification process. And finally, we have to have a staged approach to getting to these carbon targets in certification. Immediate net zero is not possible. As Mark said, we do everything we can, and that's all you can do. If you're a leader and you can show that you are doing everything you can with the most commercial opportunities that are there, we need to have a certification process that recognises and takes that down the journey. And that journey is getting us somewhere, and more is becoming more and more commercial in all kinds of new technologies that are available. But it is a journey, and we're all on it. And the reality is, this is the new economy, and we're all part of helping to show how that is now emerging. So thank you very much to everyone and all of our listeners for being there, because there's a lot to learn, and we will try to summarise this and bring it out in a document, but we will take hold of any comments that are made and sent to us. So thank you very much.